my time here, and I'm unaware of any time in which the Fairbanks School District has budgeted for vacancies. That would obviously be the most conservative approach, is to not budget for any vacancies. Obviously, the more you budget in vacancies, the more aggressive the approach goes. And this is the same concept that applies to the revenue side of the budget. So, you know, different levels of enrollment projections represent different levels of aggressiveness or a conservative approach to that. So the more aggressive we get, well, it's play on words, the more we lower our enrollment projections for the subsequent year, the more conservative approach that is on the revenue side. And the more the less we reduce, or if let's say we keep status quo enrollment, even though we might expect some, we've experienced several declining years in a row. If we kept enrollment status quo to current, that would be an aggressive approach. So the same concept applies to budgeting vacancies. It's a risk proposition basically. Do we approach it in a conservative way, or do we approach it more of an aggressive way? And ultimately, what the impact becomes is, where does our actual revenue come in the subsequent year, and where do our actual expenditures come in the subsequent year? And what that does is, where those numbers come in as actuals determines whether our fund balance increases or decreases for that any given year. So I'm just going to go through several talking points that I have, and then I can field questions on it, because there's a lot of layers and nuances and intricacies to this topic. So when we have vacancies, it's important to note that other costs do arise. So we have sub and temporary costs that always pop up. If we have a classroom teacher at any given elementary school that we haven't filled at the beginning of a school year, we immediately fill that position with a sub, and many times it's a long-term sub. In the special ed world, we have lots of vacancies any given year. We are constantly contracting out services to replace the services that we've been provided by a W-2 employee. So contracted services might be another replacement, an additional cost in the event of a vacancy. The vacancies, I talked about this a little bit at a prior work session. Our vacancies have been going down each year coming out of COVID. So we had significant vacancies during and coming out of COVID. Those vacancies have gone down. I think last year we had somewhere in the mid-20s, beginning of the current year, we had in the mid-20s vacancies, which is very low. It's like I say, it's gone down each year. Additionally, as we reduce positions in our budget, that also decreases the possibility of more vacancies. If right now we have a reduction of approximately 160 FTE in our budget for FY26, that would naturally create an inherent decline in the number of vacancies we have, just because there's fewer positions to begin with to be had, if that makes sense. So in general, and Ms. Julian referenced, rightfully so, other districts who do budget for vacancies. A couple of those districts, one being Mat-Su, I would say they are in a very different position, have been in a very, very different position from Fairbanks in the past few years, as they've seen increasing enrollment numbers in their district. So they have additional latitude there and the ability to be a little bit more aggressive on the expenditure side, because their revenue outlooks have been, the actuals have been actually increasing. As their enrollment comes in higher than anticipated, their revenue would come in much stronger. So they kind of have that latitude. Juneau was another district that was referenced. I think Juneau is a perfect example of taking undue amounts of risk, being too aggressive on both the expenditure and revenue side. So it's not, see, it's been public in newspapers across the state, the problematic enrollment projections on the revenue side, and then obviously, understating expenditures on the expenditure side led to significant financial challenges. Yeah, how to phrase that? Significant to the point to where, near insolvency basically in that school district. So it's something obviously that the board can entertain. It's at your at your purview to look at that and consider that. I would just, my official recommendation is to avoid budgeting for vacancies, but obviously that's something, a decision that the board has the authority to make and can pull that lever. I would just, if the board does want to do that, I would just encourage a more conservative approach, obviously, than an aggressive approach. And certainly just, we would be bringing into the realm of possibility expenditures, actuals exceeding actual revenue. The more aggressive that we get in that arena, the higher likelihood and probabilities come into play of actual expenditures actually exceeding actual revenue for any given year.
Mrs. Hardy.
Just wanted to add in, I read some articles out of Juneau from their budget work sessions last week, and they voted not to actually budget for vacancies. And they instead only are applying known vacancies from the prior year instead of rolling that in the general fund, being used, like saying that would automatically be used as revenue for that year to be spent, but they're not going to budget for vacancies this year.
Mr. DeGraw.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up, Ms. Hardy. What you're seeing in Juneau is kind of a wide swing, a wide vacillation. They've been at one extreme, and so they're going to the opposite extreme. And what I've always shot for is steady Eddie, steady as she goes. The volatility being at a minimum. There's some years you look at. So I've described the concept. Really, what we're looking at is where do actual expenditures come in compared to actual revenue. Okay, we budget, make assumptions. We're making assumptions when we budget for full positions, right? We're making an assumption, and we make assumptions on the revenue side. So some years revenue exceeds expenditures actual at the end of the year, and other years actual revenue is lower than actual expenditures. We saw that all through COVID. We saw a significant drop in our fund balance because actual expenditures, a couple of those years, far exceeded revenue, far exceeded. And so we actually went into a negative fund balance position. And so coming out of COVID, there was 1 year where the board intentionally budgeted to add to fund balance, and that created a big bump. And then the next year, we saw some additional impact aid revenue come in that was not anticipated. We didn't expect it. It came in. And then last year's expenditures actually came in about $300,000 under budgeted, which I consider, on $195 million, I consider that a bullseye. And so it's never going to come in exactly how you budget it, right? But you want to try to thread the needle, so to speak, and have low volatility. And certainly in Juneau, what you've seen is wide vacillations from one side to the other out of necessity, and we want to try to avoid that here in Fairbanks.
Okay, so we got Mrs. Julian and then Mr. Doran.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. DeGraw, for looking into that more. I'd like to focus on Matt Sue, and that was the recommendation that I made. Matt Sue has been doing this now for several years, and the way that they, after speaking with several people in their business office, the way that Matt Sue is looking at this, and right now they are in a very tough fiscal situation where they have declining enrollment and a $22 million deficit. What they're doing is looking at an overall vacancy rate. And so to look at an organization the size that we have, I think that it's completely within reason to say that 100% of your jobs will not always be 100% filled at 100% of the time. We see this at the university. We see this in organizations the size like Matt Sue, Anchorage as well. So I think that with Juneau, and Juneau, I do agree, has been more aggressive with that 3% vacancy rate. However, Matt Sue has now for the last 4 years successfully done this, and they're going to continue to do this at least through this next year. The way that they are looking at their vacancies is looking at historical vacancy rates, taking a very conservative approach, and then also building in a 1% positive to offset that vacancy rate. And that 1% positive covers things like the sub-temporary costs, as well as the unanticipated leave buyouts or leave cash-ins or leave that's used beyond what's already being budgeted. So The reason why I like this approach is that right now we are cutting to the bone. And so if we can be very conservative, uh, but yet still look at this assumption, which is that right now we're assuming 100% of our jobs are filled 100% of the time, knowing that that's not really reality with an organization our size, I thought, well, what would be the implication if we even are conservatively look at a 1% vacancy rate, which is $1.6 million. And of course, this is based on the numbers that are in front of us right now. I know that I would recommend that we get a little bit more granular with that based on job class and based on kind of the average salary in all of those job classes to see exactly what that number would be. But if we don't have to, if we can take a calculated risk that reduces our deficit by $1.6 million, and we have fund balance to cover us, should we get into a fiscally tough situation next year where the actuals that come in don't necessarily cover that. We know that this year we're using our fund balance to help cover our enrollment declines that were unanticipated. My question is, well, shouldn't we do that? Because I would rather take a calculated risk now and not decrease the quality of education more than is necessary because we are at the bone. And that's why, I put this forward. I do think, though, that to really process this, we need a couple different specifics, which is, where is the sub and temporary costs? Are they currently budgeted right now? And if so, what is that amount? And what amount do we go over when we have unanticipated vacancies? You mentioned the 160 FTE that's being reduced in our budget right now. However, we know that about 72 of those positions of 160 are outsourcing custodial. The rest right now is looking at increasing PTR as well as closing of 3 schools. So there's a little bit more specifics that I'd like to have in hand before we fully consider this. But when I spoke with Matsu, I was very confident that this is something that has been done by a district that is winning a lot of awards with their finances, and is something that we could conservatively look at to help at least get us a little bit closer to that deficit that we're trying to close.
Dr. Miner.
So to that point, I think if this was the only kind of aggressive move the board was to make, I would be fully supportive of taking a look at that. I think the issue becomes if we take an aggressive approach to, let's say, an $800 BSA, and we're sweeping all of the transportation funding and we're starting to take risk upon risk upon risk, that's where it becomes dangerous for the board to head into territory that we get ourselves really far out on a limb. And so I think it comes down to the board measuring what kind of risk and realizing this is only one piece of the conversation of the budget that we're going to be talking about. And in the end, if this is something somewhere where the board wants to go and wants to take a calculated risk, we're there with you on that. But taking multiple different calculated risks puts us in a really precarious position if the revenue doesn't come into what we think it might, and expenditures far exceed that. And so just want that to be, on the table for the board. We can get more specifics around that if that's something that the board would like us to do. But just also want the board to be cognizant of the risks that we're taking throughout the budget process.
Thank you, Dr. Miner. We have Mr. Dorn and then Mrs. Hardy.
Thank you. I appreciate the creativity and innovation of looking at things and looking at both sides of the budget. We often ignore the revenue side overall. We say that's it, and so I appreciate coming both sides. With that appreciation, though, in mind, I'm not in favor of this approach for several reasons. One is we have been, as mentioned, cutting multiple years, getting smaller and smaller. And that has a real impact in terms of the staffing that we have. So with fewer staff, we need every one of those staff. If we don't need them, then I would say we need to remove that position before, not consider it, well, it might be vacant. The pieces of will there be vacancies at some times for some period of days? Yes, but often it's just for days. And I'm really concerned that if we plan there are certain vacancies, when we need a position, we have someone to hire, we don't have the funding for it. And as a principal, I would hate to be in that position of saying, hey, I've got someone here, but I guess I have to wait because that was a part of that vacancy, winds up part of that vacancy piece. The other thing is, another thing is that talking to principals at the beginning of the year and during the year, quite a fair number were able to say, you know, unlike some of my colleagues, I have all my positions filled. And some with a little bit of surprise in their tone, but very, very pleased with that. We also know there have been vacancies through the year, but minimal, and retirees have filled in many. We talk about long-term subs. I keep saying that without our retirees, we would be in a real world of hurt. Either they've come back for long-term subs or they just came out of retirement and came back. And that's not only in the certified, that's also in the support positions. So I'm very, very reluctant to project a vacancy and not be able to use it. If we really anticipate we're going to have vacancies, then maybe those positions shouldn't be in the budget to begin with. And that's where I would go rather than saying, oh, well, because with everything that's in the budget, we should need that, and we should be doing our best to recruit for those. And hopefully we will start with, I mean, our goal would be to have no vacancies at the beginning of the year. And if we budget in vacancies, then we are going against what we really want to see for our kids. And then I'll end with kind of looking at the flip side of this. For many, many years, the district used to have reserve teacher positions, which they budgeted in. Maybe that was more progressive than, you know, but we knew that often in October, September, October, November, we would need to hire more teachers. And they budgeted in those positions. Funding limitations, we did away with that. This seems to be going the opposite side of that. And where the other, we did have some legitimate projections for some growth, kids coming back from fish camps and hunting and mining, et cetera. We needed those positions and we could budget them in. We are now budgeting for what we need and nothing more. So I think this would work opposite to that. And if we wound up with some vacancies, it would be so nice to have some mid-year fund availability that we could say, oh, well, we did happen to have some funds that were actually saved, and I put that in quotes, because we did have some vacancies we didn't fill as fast as we thought we would be able to, et cetera. And then we could use those for instructional support or whatever our needs are, but that would be a much, for me, wiser advantage of budgeting for the positions, not for them to be vacant.
Thank you, Mr. Doran. Mrs. Hardy, and then Ms. Carol Hubbard.
To Dr. Miner's point, and I really appreciate the creative approach. And I could see using something like budgeting for vacancies at a time last year when the board had just a couple, I think it was like $200,000, and none of us wanted to do a fractional PTR increase, and we were stumped. I think that would be an appropriate time to say we have fund balance to cover this guess if we make it, but we are not wanting to increase PTR one more, uh, fractional, whatever it might be. Then we could use something like this as a calculated risk. But to Mr. Doran's point, it's not something I think we should plan for. We should plan for the positions that we need and expect to fund the positions that we need in general. And we're all working on assumptions and guesses. And so doing that to have a balanced budget to pass to the borough is very different than doing that in the final budget and saying, this is what we're sticking with. We are in a rock and a hard place having to balance a budget with too many unknowns. So if it comes down to it and we have just a few $100,000 needed to make it, across the finish line to pass it to the borough, I would be supportive of looking at it then. And then wait to see our real funding numbers. We know we're going to have to come back and deal with that anyways later once the state's done their work.
Thank you, Mrs. Hardy. Ms. Carol Hubbard.
So I just want to clarify some data to make sure that I'm understanding. So currently we have approximately, and I guess this is to Mr. DeGraw, we have approximately 1,550 employees in the district. Is that right? Or Mr. Minor, either one?
Current year, yes, that sounds in the ballpark.
And so then we're planning for 1,350 for fiscal year 26-ish.
I'll have to look that up, but it's 13 something.
So to Ms. Doolean's point, if we have a 1% vacancy rate with 1,350, that's basically 13 and a half employees, if I'm understanding that right. Is that right? 13.5? We have 1,350 and 1% of that, just move the decimal twice, and that's 13.5. So if we took 13.5 as the vacancy rate, as a 1% conservative vacancy rate, and then at approximately 100,000 per person, with payroll and benefits, costs, everything, it'd be roughly $1.3 million. So I guess my question then, and please, did I kind of calculate that right?
So Ms. Dooling can correct me if I'm wrong. It sounded like Ms. Dooling at 1% was going off total salaries and benefits district-wide.
Yeah, so what I did is I just did that. Now, what I would recommend that we do is look at the average salary for each of the job classes for non-certified and certified personnel. Look at those average salaries, average benefits, and then budget based on that. Another way that we could do it is look at what are the savings that we've had historically coming out of COVID. In years that we've also had to reduce our footprint, that we've also closed schools, reduced our staffing. What are the savings that we've had from those years in salary and benefits? And then we could look at averages there and go very, very conservative. Matt Sue looks at certified and non-certified staff differently, and they take the averages based on those. And then they're averaging, again, they're adding back a 1% on each of those to cover the sub costs and others. But I think that, looking at a size, like you said, Mrs. Carol Hubbard, 1,300 and some staff, with an organization of that size, it's nobody's fault that you have a vacancy rate. It's not a principal's fault. It's not HR's fault. It's not anybody's fault. Everywhere that we go in town, there's help wanted signs on every single door. We know that as a state, we are hurting for educators. And it's not shooting ourselves in the foot or saying that we don't need those positions. But what it's doing is saying, at this time when we have hit the bone, are we going to then also not look at the realities of what we've been facing the last couple of years? Because if we do have those savings and we do have funding mid-year, I also think it's something about government money and transparency. I would lean on, it's better to be transparent always and make sure that we're showing if there's extra funds available, where exactly are those funds going? Now, we can show that in our actuals, but we could also budget for it on the front end. And that's what this kind of does too. It adds in another layer of transparency. And in a perfect world, you wouldn't have to do this. But I was inspired by what I saw in Matsu when I looked and saw that other districts are doing this as well. And I just looked at Alaska, but I could look at other districts. I think that we should potentially look nationally if there's other people who do this. But I think that it's a way for us to be really, really precise and very transparent, and also not necessarily make any additional cuts that we might have to right now.
Could I take the floor back?
Yes, Miss Carol Hubbard.
Sorry. Thank you, Ms. Julian. So, and to that point, could we ask for specific vacancies per department? That was, I'm echoing now what her comment was. So ask for specific vacancies per department. And then could we get like the bottom line? Could we say, okay, if there's 20 vacancies for sped aides, are we living without them? Do we need them? And if we absolutely need them, I don't want to take those off the table. But if we're living without them and we could go, okay, well, wait a minute, let's drop it to 10 because 10's more realistic. We just saved ourselves 10 employees with benefits and all of that. Now we reduce the budget by 10 employees. So I guess could we somehow look at that vacancy rate, and could we get a handle on it somehow rather than just doing a blanket 1%? Could we be more specific, more department specific, and kind of really dig into that in order to make good, educated fiscal decisions?
Dr. Miner or Mr. DeGraw, any response?
So if the board, so if there's consensus around this idea, we can certainly look into that. Our professional recommendation is not to budget for vacancies. I think we're out on a limb in many different areas to the point of expenditures exceeding revenue year after year. I mean, maybe there's some small savings and vacancies that we haven't realized, but our expenditures have come over our revenue year after year, where we've been facing massive deficits. And so I think it's unrealistic to think that our expenditures wouldn't exceed revenues in the future. And so I think we just need to be really careful that we're not overextending ourselves in terms of over projecting on revenue. And I believe this is a way that you could potentially get yourselves into that situation in over projecting on revenue. But if there's momentum around this idea from the board, we can go back and look at specific departmental vacancies. We looked at teachers specifically at the beginning of this year. There were only 10 regular ed teacher vacancies at the beginning of this year. So to kind of give you an idea of what that looks like, there were some vacancies in special education, but it was actually a better year for us than past years in terms of those vacancies. And then off the top of my head, I don't have the support staff vacancies, but there was certainly some support staff vacancies at the beginning of the year as well. So, so if the board really wants us to dig into this idea to see what additional revenues might be available, we can certainly do that. But it is our recommendation that we wouldn't use this in the budget.
Follow up, Ms. Carol Hubbard?
Thank you. So, and please don't throw tomatoes at me. So then my question kind of would be, if we've had vacancies this year, where did the funds go, or where are those funds, and what are we doing with those funds?
So as Mr. DeGraw opened with, many of the positions, we have long-term subs or contracted services in those vacancies. And so it doesn't just stay vacant without expenditures there. We try everything we can to get substitutes into the classroom to work with our students. And if substitutes are available, then contracted services to provide those educational services. And so it's not as real a savings as you might think it is, because we are actively trying all the time to fill that gap of the vacancy while we continue to recruit in HR.
We have Mr. Dorn and then Mrs. Hardy.
Okay, so new, but listening to the conversation, it struck me, and again, one of the reasons why I'm definitely not in favor of budgeting for vacancies is because vacancies come about because we don't have the people to fill them. We're cutting, I'm going to just use a round number, 200 people. And we have a potential pool of people to fill those vacancies. We had 20, so all we need, starting out last year, approximately, we only need a small percentage of those people that we are cutting. And I know some of those positions, but anyway, we have a pool of people who like education and ostensibly would do that. I also just wanted to make the distinction between sometimes living with a vacancy and needing a person for it. But often enough times we do that in schools and buildings that you make it work because that's what you have to do for kids, but we still need the position. And that's why we want to be in a position to definitely offer it as soon as we have a candidate. So, thank you.
Mrs. Hardy.
Add to that along the same lines. I know in past budgets, we've seen positions that were like chronically unfilled that have come up and been proposed as a reduction. So we have been looking for and doing those. Or where we've seen it, I think in nursing, there was a chronically unfilled position. So we changed the classification, turned it into another one, and were able to get a successful applicant. So looking for those savings, I know is something the district already has been doing. All we've been doing is cutting for years. And so we've been looking for all of those that we could live without. And I don't think anything currently left in our budget is fluff that we can live without. To the paraprofessional, I've been in a classroom teaching in an intensive resource classroom when we couldn't hire an aide, and you feel that every day. Those are not extra people that you can ever do without. They are everybody else taking on more just to keep the ship afloat, and it's exhausting and it burns through employees. So we should not budget to not fill those positions.
Thank you, Mrs. Hardy. Mrs. Julian.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not suggesting that we budget to not fill those positions. I'm suggesting that we look at the realities of how we've been, how positions have been vacant right now. And right now we are budgeting to fully, and you still would budget to fully fill those positions. You'd carry a negative contingency on the expenditure side that HR would kind of dig down, get to 50%, and it would hopefully come from unanticipated savings, or at least this negative contingency. The funding would come from savings from vacancies, which if we look historically, we could say, okay, this has been the reality of what we've had. But I do have a question about, you mentioned that money is used for substitute teachers and long-term subs. However, we have substitute salaries, certified sub salaries, non-certified sub salaries in our budget. So, and those allocations are at like 1.5%, and above in each category. So we are already budgeting for that. Is that correct?
Mr. DeGraw.
Yeah, so specifically to subs, the last couple of years, our sub costs have consistently exceeded our budgeted amounts. We've seen coming out of COVID higher leave utilization rates, and so those sub costs have gone up. So yeah.
So then have we adjusted appropriately for this budget based on the actuals for subs?
That's one line item that we are ratcheting up, and not necessarily in it. Utilities is the same concept. Insurance is the same concept. Yeah, those are three examples of sometimes costs exceed quicker than you actually ratchet them up.
Okay, but they have been ratcheted up, this one. Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
So then, and again, I really want to look at specifics here, because if we have substitute teacher costs budgeted, and we're also having vacancies, unanticipated vacancies. And again, I want to say, to no one's fault, it's not anyone's fault that these are happening, but they happen in a size of an organization where you have over 1,300, 1,500 employees. It's a reality. I would suggest, why not look, and especially with the conversation that I had with Matt Sue and their budget office, it was really informative to see how they've tried to minimize making unnecessary cuts by doing this, by looking at the realities. And I fully also understand that this is a risk proposition, which is why I would say that this proposition is probably more rooted in something that we can count on versus if we take a risk on a revenue side from the state or something else that's out of our control. This one, we could look at data and say, this is how much we've been saving. Why not add that in, make our budget more transparent, and get to our goal a little bit faster on the deficit side.
Thank you, Mrs. Julian. Mr. DeGraw?
Yeah, just real quickly to a couple of different concepts in play, because Ms. Carol Hubbard and Ms. Hardy and Dr. Miner already kind of addressed that question. It's a logical question. Well, if we have vacancies, do we really need those positions? And my response was going to be, in virtually every corner, yes, we 100% need those positions. And that the answer that Ms. Hardy gave and Dr. Miner was appropriate, that a lot of folks, just the plate has been piled so high, and so we desperately need those positions, and there's not really places we can just naturally say, no, the district doesn't need those positions. To Ms. Julian's point, I can see 100% of the rationale of budgeting for vacancies. And again, I'll just go back to the last 2 years. I went back 2 years. I already mentioned FY24, we came in $300,000 below budgeted expenditures, which I consider a bullseye. The year before, we were 2.5 million under. Okay, so there's an example where let's take the 1% example. So in FY23, so our fund balance naturally on the expenditure side increased $2.5 million because we came in 2.5 million under planned expenditures. If we had budgeted vacancies to the tune of 1.6, it wouldn't have been 2.5 million, it would only have been 900,000. It would have made that 2.5 million 900,000. Last year, we came in 300,000 under budgeted expenditures. That would have pushed us to a deficit of $1.3 million on the expenditure side. So again, it's back to the point that we're making. It's a risk proposition. It's how far on the ledge do we get? If we feel like we're on the ledge, assuming certain state revenue, it's been brought up at this table multiple times, and I don't disagree it. Are we out on a ledge at local revenue? If we're out on the edge locally, that's additional risk. And so then we're basically combining risk on the revenue side with risk on the expenditure side. And just in the last 2 years, we have two scenarios where it would have reduced our deficit or reduced our surplus by the 1.6 down to a lower positive number, and then FY24 would have pushed us into a negative number. So, each year that's going to be different depending on hundreds of different factors, and it's simply, it really is, it's a risk proposition. Because conceptually, I understand other districts do it. I understand the rationale and the logic of doing that, and I'm putting there, and Dr. Miner mentioned the same exact thing. It's increasing risk to the district.
Thank you, Mr. DeGraw. So I'm going to put myself in, and then we're going to move on from this conversation as we have a lot to go through today. I'm going to agree with a lot of what Mrs. Hardy said, and that when I appreciate the work that has gone into this, and that's why I allowed it to be shared to the board. It was good information, a good conversation to have. But I agree with Mrs. Hardy. If we get to the end and that's where we're stuck on some numbers, and I would not be in favor of pulling for fund balance. I think this conversation comes back around. But we do have a lot to get through today. So if nobody has nothing new to add for this conversation, I would like to move into the budget and into the balancing act tool and allow us discussions on the many other things that we need to try to figure out a consensus on for the next couple of days for our budget process. So seeing nothing further, we will move on. So I'd like to open up with Mr. DeGraw, our Budget Act, and allow board members to have discussions around additions, subtractions, anything you guys see fitting for our budget. And we can start discussions off with any board member who would like to start asking questions about the budget first.
I don't see boardroom on the entertainment.
Mrs. Hardy.
Not so much questions about the budget, but the last time we were here, I asked to be able to write with Miss Carol Hubbard something similar to Anchorage. I went through and took what they wrote and changed it to Fairbanks specific. I've shared that with Dr. Meinert. And then the second part of it is creating what they call attachment A, which says, here's what we would do with that money. Roughly, it would be I can pull it up. 21.6 million with $1,000 BSA increase. And if we were to get transportation funds, that the 270 that the board put in their legislative priorities, that would be 2.9 million. So I kind of see that as the work of the board, being able to say, okay, here is what we would actually do with that money. I think most of us would really like to see that put towards PTR. And so that allows us to say, like, here's a rosy scenario. Let's start out with that. Let's say what we would actually do if we had some funding to put towards it. I wrote in there, Anchorage doesn't include transportation, but since we subsidize transportation, I wouldn't say the full 2.9 because I think that 9 million is ours to figure out, but the 2 million we were going to subsidize could be added to that 21.6. And then we can look at what that would be, build that out. And if you guys give us that directive, then tonight I can go home and Ms. Carol Hubbard's welcome to join too. And we can create what would be attachment A, saying, here's what this looks like. Here's what the board wants. Or if anyone else on the district's team would like to take on that left too. I'm not that great with the graphic parts. And you're welcome to share the document out with the board too. It's very heavily based on what Anchorage did. But it has references to our district goals, our joint resolution we passed last year, and all of those things building the same argument Anchorage did. And I'd almost propose that we start there. Let's say what we would do if we had money, and then we can come back to reality of what we have right now and say, these are the difficult cuts we're being forced to make.
Mr. Doran.
Okay, thank you to the little subcommittee, subgroup. Yeah, we'll do it subgroup. But both of you drafting something out, I think that should be, could be shared to the board and should come back after we have an approved budget because, or a recommended budget, because we don't know what additional cuts or the final cuts would be in this one, reductions, until we have that recommended budget approved and then use that as a mechanism to follow up. So,
Ms. Maple.
I would support Ms. Hardy's suggestion of starting at this. Well, I understand the apprehension to start in the rosy place. It makes it really clear what this can do and what the direct impact of voting against it, not us voting against it, the legislature voting against it, the direct impact it has on the district. So I support starting from that rosy place, and then making the cuts as we see fit.
So I have a question, and my question would be, so we're drafting a document to say this is what we do if we got the $1,000 increase. This isn't budgeting on a $1,000 increase. This is saying if we got that $1,000 increase, here's A, B, C, D, how we would take care of this and what we would do. Is that correct, Mrs. Hardy?
I almost feel like we could just use the balancing act tool, set it to $1,000 BSA increase, zero out the transportation subsidy. That is the money we have to play with, and say, here's what it is. And then we're deciding our other budget, and it's a pretty big contrast of here's it without, here's it with it, and how low could we get PTR. I also went through the budget book, and one of the tabs in that document is historically PTR all the way back to 2012. And so we can say, you know, this is the levels. In 2016, it actually, which is $1,000 BS increase, doesn't even make us whole to 2016, but it gets us close. What the levels were then, that's what Anchorage used to say, hey, we could get our PTR back to these levels. But it felt wrong for me to try to do that work because that's very much the board's discussion, which is why I wanted to have it for today's work session. I know I feel more comfortable saying, this is what I would really love, and I wish the legislature would vote for this increase because this is how I would spend it. And that answers our question of, oh, they'll just waste the money if we get it. That's why Anchorage wrote their document to say, no, we're not going to waste the money. We will tell you ahead of time, this is where that money will go. We're putting our money where our mouth is. Now you just have to do the same.
Thank you, Mrs. Hardy. We've got Miss Carol Hubbard and then Mrs. Julian.
Thank you. I'd like to have somebody explain to me before, I like the idea of what Mrs. Hardy would like to do. I support that. I would like somebody to explain the transportation issue. I do not understand how we can zero out transportation. That makes no sense to me, so please, somebody.
Absolutely. Mr. DeGraw, if you wouldn't mind.
So yeah, if right now, depending on how things play out, the way the current transportation grant is funded, the amount to which it's funded currently, the district runs a $3.5 million deficit annually, assuming 90 routes being run, which is where we're at currently. If the governor's proposal came through, it provides us an additional $2 million compared to where we're at right now. So it reduced that deficit to 1.5 million. So yes, my position is zeroing out the transportation subsidy would create an automatic deficit for the district in FY26. If we get the 270 that's in our legislative brochure, it's 2.9 million. So we'd still have about a $600,000 deficit. So we're kind of looking at what size of a deficit we're creating. And I'll be consistently stating to the board that's utilizing fund balance. If we budget for a deficit in transportation, it's akin to utilizing fund balance out of our general fund in the long term. So if I answered your question, Ms. Carol Hubbard, we have a $3.5 million deficit as things stand right now. We're hopeful that revenue is going to increase. It was very positive that the governor included that in his budget. To me, that says and current year, we got an extra $1 million. So for context, we got 1 million extra. So I'm thinking we're at least getting the $1 million. Again, that's the same thing as assuming the 680. We should at least get the $1 million. The governor proposed a $2 million increase. So I'm hoping that stays, that our floor is the 2 million, but it might not be. Again, we're dealing with likelihood and probabilities and whatnot. So $3.5 million deficit. Then the assumptions start. How much extra are we going to get when the dust settles? If it's the 2 million, we're still going to have a $1.5 million deficit. So that's an option in balancing act, but that only creates a $500,000 savings as opposed to zeroing out the whole 2 million. And, the board can approve a budget, deleting the whole $2 million subsidy to zero, and then it'll just be a virtual certainty that we're going to go plunge into the negative in our transportation fund at the end of FY26. And that's not necessarily the end of the world, but at some point we have to start shoring that up with transfers and whatnot from our general fund. So.
Okay, thank you, Mr. DeGraw. I had Miss Julian in the queue, but I'm going to go to Mrs. Hardy first because she has a direct response.
I wanted to say I wasn't aware that our $2 million subsidy still created a deficit. So I would not propose that. I thought our $2 million was to offset the deficit. So you said we actually, it's $3.6 million deficit and we're only offsetting $2 million of it. And then in our legislative priorities, we only asked for what would offset 2.9, which means transportation costs are only going to continue to increase. And so we passed the legislative priority asking for less than what we needed. I didn't understand that, and I wish we hadn't done that. I think we should have asked for what we need, and I would be supportive of changing that to what we need or removing it. It's frustrating that I didn't know that, not to you, to me. I should have asked better questions. That's what our true transportation deficit was.
Yeah, the
Go ahead, Mr. DeGraw.
2.9 was at the point in time. These are now projecting to FY26. There's inflation factors and that ratchet up the annual cost of that contract. So, but yeah, it's 3.5 is the anticipated FY26 deficit.
Mrs. Julian.
Yeah, I have a clarifying question then. So, Mr. DeGraw, when you mentioned that so if we assume, if we are going to assume anything about what the governor proposed, what would that mean to the transportation subsidy as we see it in Budget Balancing Act? Would that reduce it to a $1.5 million subsidy?
Yeah, so that means if the governor's proposal was successful through the process, then the board could reduce it from 2 million to 1.5 and still plan essentially to cover our transportation costs for FY26.
Okay, thank you. I had a follow-up.
Go ahead, Mrs. Julian.
So, to the point of the amendment, attachment A, I'm in favor of what Mr. Doran suggested, which is that we complete that after, because I think that right now we should focus on putting together the balanced budget and then prioritizing what we're going to add back after we make that decision, if that's okay. So I would be in favor of that.
Thank you, Mrs. Julian. Mr. Doran.
Thank you. And I'm not quite sure where we are, but if we're talking about transportation subsidy, I would speak in favor of our zeroing that out. There is a good possibility we will get some funding towards that, but I don't think we can count on that at the moment as such, but a good chance at it. And that if we are in a real financial bind, it may be that we will have fewer routes than what we would like. And we have operated with fewer ones. It is a burden on families. We can concentrate as best we can. It's not perfect, as best we can in terms of students of need within that, but basically every student is of need to get to school. So, but we may not be able to do as much as we would like, but in this time to protect the classroom, I would speak in favor of zeroing out the transportation subsidy at this time, and that would put 2 million. I've built a pool of close to $4 million, and that would be 2 million of it.
Thank you, Mr. Doran. So I actually wouldn't be in favor of touching our transportation subsidy. That's just me. I don't think we should utilize that money. I think we should keep it there. But I tend to also look at what comes out of the legislature in a more, I tend to not look at it in a positive light. So I'm not so disappointed in the end when everything comes through and the things aren't there. So I don't have a lot of faith that we will see the increases we need to offset zeroing that out. But that's where I stand. And of course, this is a decision of the board. But what I would need a consensus on right now is whether or not we would want to attack this through the resolution and Mrs. Hardy's document, or if we want to take this through the Budget Act and then do it like that. And Mr. DeGraw.
To that very point, President Burnett, up on the screen, I'm illustrating a 1,000 BSA increase as well as zeroing out the transportation subsidy. So if the board wants to look at best case scenario, it's illustrated right now, $7.6 million. And then if the board would like, we can start running through PTR scenarios to see what that gets us PTR wise or restoring other items.
Thank you, Mr. DeGraw, for doing that. Mrs. Julian.
Yeah, I think that we should.
Sorry, Mr. Dorn.
Yes.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Ms. Julian. I forgot why I think I skipped over Mr. Dorn, but we'll get to him in a second. Go ahead.
We only have a little bit of time here before we need to pass a budget, and I'd rather focus our time right now, prioritize where we're going to pass this budget, and then do this piece, which is a super rosy scenario of a $1,000 BSA increase, and zeroing out transportation, which is wonderful. But I have heard this board say over and over and over again that we are prioritizing PTR. Mrs. Hardy just said it again. We are prioritizing PTR. We see what the Anchorage School District wrote, which is that they're prioritizing adding back PTR. So I think that I can guess where we would go with this. Maybe not as granular as we'd like to get, but if I would recommend that we focus on what are the assumptions that we're going to build in right now to pass a budget and work and spend time doing that right now. That's what I would recommend, how we spend our time.
Thank you, Mrs. Julian. Mr. Doran.
And I'm going to speak to do our approved budget, make our adjustments within this budget, and then using the mechanism that has been drafted or whatever we decide at the final thing. Once we know what we really have on the table to add back, then do that prioritization. And that has worked well for us in past years. This is a little different formatting, which is fine. But that we finish the budget and then we know what actually we have to look at bringing back as we did even last year. And it was good to have some of those things on the table to be able to do that right away. But that would be, otherwise it's getting the cart before the horse.
Thank you, Mr. Doran. Miss Maple and then Miss Carol Hubbard.
I think that the reason that I appreciate this approach, and I will move on from it after I say my piece on it, is that I think in the past, the intention has been to write the budget and then we have this list of add backs and this is the ideal scenario. And I don't think we've effectively made that point before. I think that in years past, we have this add back list and it's vague and the public doesn't fully understand, the legislature doesn't fully understand that our add back list is the ideal budget. And I think that it would benefit us to have a really clear, this is what we are asking for and this is what it accomplishes. But in past years, we have not come back. Like it's just this amorphous, of course, these are our add backs. Of course, PTR is our add back. So I think that the benefit of really, and I also think that it would take almost no time at all because it just is undoing the cuts essentially. But I think that there is actual value in having it laid out ahead of time. So we see we're not just making cuts to our existing, we're making cuts to what we should have. And I don't believe that we've been able to effectively message that in the past, even though it has existed in theory. So I think we could do it really quickly and then get into the real work. And my last piece to that is I think in the real work, I think we're going to spend as much time as we possibly can today talking about it. And I don't think we'll leave today with any consensus. I think that consensus will come tomorrow through actually casting votes. So which I say because I think that'll push off this theoretical piece even further if we don't just go through a quick projection of what we think $1,000 would afford us. 15 minutes later, move into the real hard parts of discussing what we might cut. So I'll give up if I'm not shortly after that.
Before we go to Miss Carol Hubbard, I'm actually going to throw myself in really quick and throw support behind that. Sitting on this board the last 2 years, I will agree with Mrs. Hardy and Mrs. Maple. We've not made that clear that this is what our add backs are. We have not prioritized, and questions consistently come fired at the board going, what about PTR? What about this? What about that? Why aren't you prioritizing this? And we're going, wait. We did. This is in our add back list, but everyone's going, what add back list? Nobody knows that we're doing that and really truly saying, yes, this budget is not what we want, but here, if we get the funding, if we get the mechanisms behind to make this happen, this is where our priorities lie for our students. So I actually do support, and I think that we can do this in no time, truly. I think we could really whip out a rosy budget and move on real fast and get into the nitty gritty of the work. So with that, we'll go to Mrs. Carol Hubbard.
I agree. Let's do the rosy budget first.
Dr. Minor.
Just one comment. I heard and I don't think Ms. Maple intended this, but this is the budget we would want. I just want to put it on record that a $1,400 BSA increase is what actually gets us to no cuts at all. And that's not a reinvestment over the cuts upon cuts we've made the last 5 years. And so just want to be really cognizant about the language we use going forward, that $1,000 BSA increase is still not enough to ensure that we're providing the education we want to for our students.
I agree with that, Dr. Minor. Thank you. So with that, Mr. Doran.
Just for clarity, that we have the correct number that we've all agreed on the state, and it's the legislative finance number, 1808 this year. Actually, it's for last year's, would only bring us to parity for last year from 2011. So 1808 is really the number.
It is, yes, Mr. Doran, 1808 is really the number, but what we'll go off of is the HB 69, which is the $1,000 BSA increase. So, Mr. DeGraw, thank you for preparing that budget. And with that, we can turn it over to the board. And so the transportation subsidy has been zeroed out, and we are at a $1,000 BSA currently. So with that, let's build a budget. Who would like to? Miss Maple.
If we've done that, I think that we can go through and just lower all our PTR. Leave everything as the proposed budget that the district put forward, and drop all of our PTR to the lowest that is in there. And we're left with a $450,000 surplus. So but I mean, I think that, I really do think it's that simple, that this is what the goal is we would like to have lower than what we have this year by 1 or 2 students in some of those categories. And then, I mean, I would argue that we don't adjust anything else, and then we have a $450,000 surplus that we're able to either put into fund balance or use for what we talked about one time, having the the parking lot of how we'd like to reinvest in the district.
Thank you, Miss Maple. Throwing myself in, I agree. We could just lower all of our PTR there. I would like to see the satellites put in as well, with the surplus, if those are not already checked, for Midnight Sun, the best satellite there, and Two Rivers, as the Two Rivers one was a specific request from that community. Mrs. Julian.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to suggest also to add back the best satellite locations at both Two Rivers and Midnight Sun, as well as we could also add back the 2.5 high school counselors. I think that that's important to add back as well.
Yes,
Just-
Mrs. Hardy, we took go ahead, Mr. DeGraw.
Yeah, just to confirm for the board and the public, those PTR levels at elementary school, it would be 23 to 1, and then at secondary, at middle school, 27 to 1, and 30 to 1 at high school.
Thank you, Mr. DeGraw. And then we did the satellites, and then we did the counselors. And so that puts us at a deficit of 162,000. And we will go to Miss Carol Hubbard.
Oh, I was just going to ask if we could go one category at a time so we can kind of keep up. If we could just do the elementary first and then move to the secondary, so we just do the categories, because please.
Yeah, Miss Maple, why don't you walk through what you did category by category?
Just going to elementary schools, we lowered PTR down to 23 students. And that is the only change that I proposed in elementary schools. And then onto secondary, lowering 6 through 8 PTR to 27 and 9 through 12 PTR to 30. And then I think Miss Julian suggested adding back the 2.5 FTE high school counselors. I agree. But that's the only other change made at the secondary level. And then the only other section that has seen a change thus far is educational opportunities, right? Is that?
Yes.
The two best satellites being added back or being created. And that gets us to the 162,000 deficit. And I would ask Mr. DeGraw, for this theoretical budget, is that a big enough number that that you would suggest making further adjustments? Or do you think that that is a number we could?
The number looks very nice. We could do 0.1% of a budget for vacancies there.
No.
Sorry.
I mean, truly, that's kind of a rosy budget, Miss Carol Hubbard.
So what about the district-wide for the 70,000 for the supplies?
We didn't touch anything else.
So that's an investment, though. Okay, so we're not adding that investment?
We're just running through scenarios. at
We're
this
just
point.
running through
Just-
things. Meredith did not add anything into that. No, Miss Carol Hubbard.
Okay.
Miss Julian.
I would like to add that 25% supply, if we have the money.
But we're in a deficit, so we don't.
We're in a deficit there? Okay, well then we budget vacancies, which I would say that we should. And you said if we're going to be adding, now let's just be real. If we're going to add back that amount of educators from here until August, you know that there's going to be vacancies. We know that we're going to have unintended savings from vacancies. Why not budget 1% and see where that gets us, right?
I hear you, Mrs. Julian,
Thank
and
you.
I don't.
Well,
Yeah,
We can work
Mr.
that.
DeGraw.
We can work that into the resolution. It's the rosy scenario.
Resolution,
Oh, no, it's okay. Go ahead, Mrs. Hardy. Go ahead.
I agree. This is saying what we would do.
Yeah.
with the money. And, and it's to point out that we would lower our PTR and we would reinvest directly back in our classrooms. And I
Yeah.
think all of that is something we can get behind. And to Ms. Maple's point, it happened very quickly. So, and it gives with that direction to write, hey, this is what it would look like. And then we can pass that on to the legislature. It's basically throwing the ball back to their court.
Right, and this is not the budget that we're sending off to the borough. This is not the budget we're giving to. This is just the budget to say, hey, look, here's our proof that any funding you give us, this is where it's going to go. Thank you, Mrs. Hardy. Mr. Doran, I expect something.
Yes. You will not be disappointed. Okay, I don't think it's very simple. And I feel I'm arguing against motherhood and apple pie, which is always dangerous. PTR, I would love to see it that small, but it doesn't ride on its own. My concern is, and this is not a budget at all. It's, and I don't know where this resolution would come in, maybe later in March or in even in April, after we have a proposed budget. But what I am very concerned about is that this is being done where we've cut $50 million at least over the last several years. There are things we have cut that we no longer have, but are really important for kids. And I would suggest that PTR needs, and yes, it is a priority of mine. I will speak to that. It is a priority of mine. But it's not the only priority, because there are other things that happen in schools that support that, and that also have lent themselves to effectively, and has been shown the last couple of years, where staff schools have come together to figure out how to get small groups. Okay, whether it's in reading, whether it's in math, in other areas, they've done that. And there may be better ways of using that money to get those small groups. That is, and I want to reinforce, it is a high priority, but there are others. And we cut things last year. I'm thinking of ELP as one of the examples to say, do we need to go back and relook at that? are there other things that we've cut in the last 4 or 5 years that we should really be factoring into this? But that being said, we, even at $1,000, we have a deficit. So, you know, it's hard to get in, but we have to look at the big picture, the full picture of it. PTR has always been an easy target. It's an easy one to solve, $1 million or $1.5 million deficit. Just raise it by 1. Okay, and boards, our boards have looked at that. It's also an easy, it's an easy sell. It sounds very good, but there are other factors that are in that. So that's on the PTR. On the best satellites, should we have a best teacher spread out? We have lots of room. We don't need to add something new. They have 6 teachers currently in that one location. We talked last year and suggested, encouraged, yes, send one out. And we
Mr.
didn't
Dorn,
do that.
so this isn't
So-
a budget we're going to approve. This is a
But-
desire.
Well, I'm talking about the desire because I think this is, you know, we're putting things into a desire. I'm addressing those desires. If we're not, this is what, if this is not what we're going to do, then let's get down to the budget we have to approve. Let's get down to the recommended budget.
Exactly what we're trying to do.
Okay, then I am addressing it through this mechanism. Is that correct? So I am addressing the points that we've put on the table.
That's what we're trying to figure out, exactly what you are doing here, so.
That's what I'm doing. I
Okay.
addressed PTR. I'm addressing best satellites. It was mentioned in here in terms of Two Rivers, that we put a satellite out there. That's what their plan is. We don't have their full plan, and I think their plan is for more than just having a satellite homeschool teacher out there. So I don't know where that fits in here. But there's a lot more factors to go into this than what we are even considering at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Dorn. Was that a hand, Mrs. Hardy?
And to Mr. Doran's point, I would suggest why support the additions that Ms. Maple put in there and other board members, that perhaps for the resolution or amendment or whatever we want to call it, that we stick to just basic PTR. We don't have to use all of our funds. We can come back and have those other discussions. But this is simply, look, we are committing ourselves, because in a way we are committing ourselves to these PTR adjustments and saying that is the first thing off the table where those millions of dollars are going to go. And then the extra money is when we can say, do we apply that to a band and orchestra? Do we apply that to ELP? Do we apply that to these other things? But I did have a question before that, more for Mr. DeGraw. At those PTR changes, how many more certified FTE would that be for our district?
Just give me 2 shakes.
If you click on the I next to each one, it'll give you the amount of teachers per.
Should be somewhere around 59.
So I see like it would add 35, and sorry, may I continue?
Yep, absolutely.
More elementary school teachers. And to that point, those are more bodies in our schools. Those are smaller walk to read groups. Those are more certified educators there to help our students. That is, as a teacher, a huge benefit. You have more people spreading the load over there. The difference between a class of 23 students in 5th grade and 32 students in 5th grade is astronomical. I've taught similar. One, you have far more capacity to address the needs of your students, and the other one, you are constantly playing catch up and just trying to keep everybody, regulated. So by putting our money there, we're doing so much more than just lowering a classroom size. Having that PTR go lower really does benefit the entire school in numerous ways.
Mr. DeGraw.
56 teachers.
Thank you, Mr. DeGraw. Mr. Dorn?
Okay. things putting into this model is that perhaps rather than specifically lowering the PTR to that specific number, looking at providing an instructional aid for every classroom or at least every grade level, which would also give you a lowering of PTR effectively, not the way we calculate it, but would give you more adults and fewer students. I would also suggest that we consider reinstating some of the schools we closed that bring that instruction closer to the students' homes.
Thank you, Mr. Doran. So to Mrs. Hardy's point, which was referencing Mr. Doran's point, and I hear what you were saying and what you were saying now, Mr. Doran. I agree. We should take this back to the PTR, the generic PTR reductions, and just that zeroing out with that $1,000 BSA. That could help with the resolution. If there's consensus around that, we could just have a few head shakes, and then we can move into the budget and we can start addressing the subtractions and reductions and things like that. Okay, I'm seeing all the yeses and only one no, so that is how we will move forward with the resolution. And now we will move into working on our actual budget so that we can figure out where we stand and what other board members would like to see inside. And if we could give Mr. DeGraw just a minute to balance it, and he is balanced, fantastic. Thank you, Mr. DeGraw. Miss Carol Hubbard.
I just have a request.
Yes.
Could we start on the revenue side? Could we go one thing at a time and then move to the other side so we stay organized and succinct? Thank you.
Nope, I agree with that. We can start with the local revenue. We'll just start at the top and we can go frame by frame. So we'll start at the local revenue. Right now, it is at a 60 million assumption from the borough. Is there anybody who thinks we should go less, go more? Seeing nothing, so then we will move to the next one, which is the building rentals revenue. Mr. DeGraw.
Yeah, just to give a brief summary of this for the board, this is a new item. So the facilities group, Ms. Karen, had a presentation at the last board meeting. We took current year volume or frequency of rentals and applied the new rates. And our estimate is the $105,000 number that's shown in Balancing Act of anticipated increase. Again, just an estimate and based on current frequency and volumes.
Miss Carol Hubbard.
To, I guess, clarify question, is that, who's paying the extra 105? Is it the student? Is it the nonprofit student, the nonprofit adult, or is it the for-profit, please?
All of the above. So much higher frequency of like student evening use, sports, and that was the $3 to the $6.50 per hour number that was in the presentation. It also includes all the way up to the for-profit renting our larger auditoriums, so Herring being the main one and everything in between that. So all the above, Ms. Carol Hubbard.
Mrs. Hardy.
And so just to reaffirm, that's what was presented to us at the last board meeting, not any changes we asked for. So a real conservative, we're actually bearing the majority of the cost in this scenario too, it's just less of a deficit.
Correct.
So I support checking it and putting that revenue into the district. So I've clicked that, which gave 105,000 surplus where we stand right now. Mr. Dorn.
Just to clarify and double check that we have the staffing to be able to make those rentals available to the public.
Miss Carey. Oh, sorry. Mr. DeGraw. Or sorry, Miss Dr. Minor.
It's a projection. We feel confident that we'll have the staffing to increase the level of rentals, and as Ms. Hardy said, it is a very conservative number based on the conversation that we had at the last board meeting. Some board members were in favor of actually increasing some cost to actuals. And so if we did that, we would see even a larger potential revenue. But I think this is a very safe number to go with at the board level at this time.
Okay. Yeah, and my main concern was staffing, so.
Thank you, Mr. Doran, and sorry for messing that up. It's like calling your kids. You ever mess your kids' names up? My kids get different names all the time. So if there's no further discussion on that portion, seeing none, we will move down to projected enrollment. Right now, we have it sitting at 11,626 students, which is a 1.5 decrease or 179 students from the FY25 actuals. Any discussion? Mrs. Hardy.
I feel like this one's very dependent on things in the other column, and depending on what the board chooses to do there, that will greatly affect how many students we risk losing. So I'd almost say, can we table that and then advocate later on in how we figure out? I mean, I could bring up the actual subject, but I think in the interest of keeping us moving, can we just table that part?
Mr. Doran.
Partially in support of what Ms. Hardy is saying. I had requested the 200 students. I would certainly like to make an argument for 100 students, not to be put in the budget, but I think it needs to be here, and that we do a proactive marketing effort to attract students. We have not done that, and I think we have a good opportunity to do that over the next 6 months with the hope of increasing at least 100 students, a target that we should have a goal of bringing in at least 100 students to our district.
Mrs. Julian.
Thank you. Just as we are talking about kind of making guesses and taking risks, this projected enrollment of 11,626 is based off of Dr. Ott's projections, based off of data that, and I've questioned this as well. However, I am not in favor of changing this at all compared to what is being, what is in front of us at the 1.5% decrease, because this is where if we project a higher decrease in enrollment, even at a 2.5%, which is an additional $950,000, that's, again, shooting us in the foot. And I'd rather just focus on the data that's been presented from the experts here. This year, we used fund balance when we went over those projections. And I am in favor of going with the number that has been provided by the district.
Thank you, Mrs. Julian. Anything further from the board? I will say I do agree, waiting, there's a harder conversation coming, and I will agree that some of this is dependent. It's especially how I feel over projected enrollment depends a lot on conversations. So with that, let's move to the state revenue. So this is the BSA. Right now, we have the BSA sitting at the equivalent of the 680 that we saw last year. We have the option to go less or to go more. My opinion is we keep it at the 680. I am very concerned with what's coming out of Juneau, and I truly do not see where we come out of a 680 to 720 range. So I'd be comfortable leaving it there, but that's just my own opinion. Mrs. Hardy.
I would be comfortable leaving it there with the idea that we are planning to spend time tomorrow to pass the amendment that says, here's what we would do with 1,000. That's why I feel like I can vote for a more devastating budget, so that we have something there that says, but this is what we should do, and it gives us leverage to advocate.
Thank you, Mrs. Hardy. I don't disagree. Ms. Carol Hubbard.
No, I don't have anything extra. I just want to agree with the 680.
Okay. Mr. Doran?
I agree, looking at keeping the 680 for our projections at this point, and then hopefully be able to increase that. But I do have a question in terms of the BSA and going all into the BSA, which I think there's a good chance that it would go into the BSA rather than one time, whatever amount we get. that, do I understand there would be a counter, there'd have to be a change on our funding for charter schools on the expenditure side? That
Mr. DeGraw?
cost would go up,
Ye-
that expenditure would go up.
Yes, that's correct. If the funding went officially into the BSA, we would lose the savings on the expenditure side.
Right.
So that's just, I don't necessarily disagree that especially if the likelihood's going up, that we'll see a BSA increase. At this point, we just haven't been in the position to make an assumption that the BSA is going to increase. But yes, in the event that the BSA goes up by some specific number, we would lose some level of savings on the
Okay,
expenditure
and
side.
before we do the proposed budget, could we have that exact number? So,
The recommended budget?
recommended
You'd vo-
budget.
I will do my best. Yes, if we're talking tomorrow or day after tomorrow, I'll come up with a good estimate. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. DeGraw. Mrs. Hardy?
Kind of to that same, as far as the balancing act tool, if we check BSA equivalent of 680 for the charter school allocation, it was that thing we talked about before. If the intent is, if it's inside the BSA, do we need to check anything over here, or does it already account for that change?
We would need to unclick. I think the box is clicked, if I'm not mistaken. Let's go here. Correct. We would need to click this box. So I'm demonstrating it on the screens. We'd need to click this box here. Let's say, hypothetically speaking, 680 permanent BSA increase is enacted. We'd have to click that box, and you can see the corresponding savings lost in the top line. Did I answer your question, Ms. Hart?
Follow up, Mrs. Hardy?
So it's just, as we're going through this, depending on where the board wants to lay, I would prefer to assume it seems like there is legislative will around at least that 680 and it being inside the BSA, that we assume in our proposed budget that it is inside the BSA funding and charter schools will get their full appropriation so that we know what we're actually working with.
And we can do that when we get to that box, absolutely, if we can take it back to what it was. Okay, cool. So with that being said, we all have a consensus that we'll leave the revenue side where it sits for now. So we will move over to, oh, Mr. Doran.
Could we look at the federal revenue?
There's nothing to change or do it in there.
Well, there might be.
Sure,
Uh,
Mr. Doran, let's look at federal revenue.
Okay, well, we have had, a couple of weeks have passed since we talked about impact aid or other federal funding. We also have, I'd like to look at, have some conversation around this regarding federal funds to education that have been threatened, and the Department of Ed getting major cutbacks. Do we have any preliminary reads on those impacts?
We do not have any preliminary reads on the impacts that would impact this recommended budget. Much of the federal funding that we receive is through grant funding, and so it wouldn't be pertinent necessarily to the recommended budget process. So I wouldn't recommend changing that federal revenue piece at this point in time, but it is something that we're following closely. Something that made the papers this weekend was a potential cut to the USDA and how that might impact locally sourced foods for the National School Lunch Program. And so as those things are trickling in, we're trying to follow up with how real those are and what that impact may be for us in the future, but haven't seen anything that we know will definitely impact our budget for next school year.
Okay. I would just ask that you keep the board apprised of things that we might actually at least need to have on our radar as we get to the actual approved budget in June.
Absolutely.
Okay, so moving on to elementary schools, we will start with adjusting PTR. K through 5, we will start discussion with Mrs. Julian.
I would like to move forward with adjusting PTR to 25 for elementary. We've cut quite a bit from elementary, and I think that as we go forward in this budget, that there's ways that we can figure out how to make up that 2.3 million.
Thank you, Mrs. Julian. Anything from anybody else when it comes to PTR? So we're in agreement to take it down. You said 25, correct? Mrs. Hardy.
I think we've reached the point where board members are going to start diverging. So I don't want to argue that PTR isn't something we want to reduce. It comes down to, I might agree to that depending on what else you're proposing we cut. And so it seems like we've got a general consensus on the amount of money we have. To Ms. Maple's point earlier, I think this is where we're all going to be like, I don't want to do that. I want to do this. And so having people put their cards on the table, this is where I'm at, this is what I'm willing to cut or sacrifice, might make sense. But I don't think, I'm not in agreement because I don't know what else it comes at, and I would go back up and move stuff.
Mr. DeGraw.
So to that point, we could kind of go board member by board member. I could run a scenario and then reset and go back, and that would give everybody a chance to see, oh, wonder that, I hadn't thought of that angle, and so on and so forth. So, and then I could reset, and if the board would like.
Yeah, I was just trying to go off of Miss Carol Hubbard. She was wanting to kind of break it up, but I see now how difficult that kind of gets as we get into these cuts. So I do kind of like that idea, Mr. Gross. So what we'll do is we can kind of go board member by board member, unless anybody else has any other suggestions on how we do this. Okay. So if any board members would like to run through a scenario or start picking through the pie, so to say, Mr. Doran?
Okay, I've got an initial pool, which I sent. It did not, to my knowledge, get out to the rest of the board, which I thought we had asked if it would.
Let me
get
ask
there.
this real quick, not to interrupt Mr. Dorn. So I do have it slated. We're having food ready for 3:30. So 3:30 was when we were going to recess. So I just want board members to keep that in mind. So with that, Mr. Dorn, continue.
Okay, so I'll go through my initial pool. I have other considerations after, but to start, just an initial pool. And I did want these for some discussion, because based on information we have, I might be fully supportive of these or not. But initially, in Alice Training and Supplies, this is page 65 in our in the printed copy of the book. I don't know what that is in the digital, but it'd be approximately a reduction of $10,000. And the reason I say that is, in terms of Alice, I've actually attended one of their sessions. I know what they do. It's not. It's a pretty easily conveyed message, and the only reason I can see in terms of keeping it is as part of our liability assurance, to be able to say, oh, we have something certified. But we have a large body of personnel who have been trained in it. So that's 10,000. The custodial coordinators on page 83, there are 3 listed in my pool. I'm suggesting that we cut 2 because we've cut 3/4 of our custodians, and the 25 remaining, most of them will be supervised by the principals, although they also need a coordination with facilities management, and so I want to keep 1 position there. And I ballparked that at $250,000. It doesn't show the exact amount, but you can correct that. Under nurse health, page 93, we have 24 staff there. I am suggesting that we cut at least 1 to 2 of those. We have 21 schools that have to be covered, getting people out into the schools and working from there. And I was ballparking that 100 to 200,000. And again, was waiting to come back with specifics. Teaching and learning, page 131, and again referenced on page 143, supplies, cutting that by 300,000. Also teaching and learning, page 141, one coordinator position, and I ballparked that at 100,000. Might be on the low side. Also in my pool, I cut Star of the North at $612,745. Thinking that program can be addressed within our current schools. Best, in my pool, I have a reduction of 2 ed specialists at about 200,000 plus. Again, you can give me the exact number it would be. And then I made an adjustment for Barnett to the typical elementary PTR, and I believe that comes out to, instead of getting the magnet additions, 2 full-time positions, and I just ballpark that at 250,000. I would also suggest looking at that as a K-8 model rather than an elementary middle school hybrid. But they can decide that within their PTR. So that gives me, roughly in the ballpark of 1.8 to $2 million in the pool.
Thank you, Mr. Doran. Did you have more to add? Or is that it for right now?
That'll be it for now. Then
Okay.
I'll come back. I have additionals up to
Okay.
over $4 million.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Doran. I am going to throw myself in the queue there to specifically ask the question. This one kind of hits me a little hard, and I apologize, Mr. Doran. The nurse health aides. So 21 schools to cover, 24 staff. I know the majority of those are actually health aides. They're not actual nurses. And then we have like 2 or 3 district nurses that are actual RNs that are overseeing the health aides. I have big concerns about cutting those positions due to not just medical necessities like type 1 diabetes and things like that, but allergies and special ed children who need medical attention. And we also see an uptick in children who lack potty training abilities. And I know that the nurses help a lot with that as well. So I'm just trying to get a look at what that actually looks like.
This is Kate. You are very much on track. That all those concerns I would definitely share with you. And nurses are, or whoever is working in the health services office, it might be a health aide, it might be a licensed practicing nurse, or it might be an RN. We have all of those in our positions. But when they are gone for their own reasons, we are very limited on our subs. And so our nurse managers are subbing constantly, and they're filling in sometimes for long-term bills. So, and that keeps all those things going. They're able to participate in IEP meetings and 504 meetings. They're able to develop health plans. They are sometimes traveling multiple places during the day to assist with high needs, fragile students. We try to make sure that we have RNs in places where we have consistently the highest medical needs. And we have, in the past, if we didn't have our nurse managers, then the oversight for our health assistants would have to be to our school located RNs, and that has stressed them out, and we end up we lose people when we do that. We have to pay them an additional stipend for that. This has stabilized our program over the last few years and allowed us to make sure that we have a person serving students in each school, whether or not that's an RN. We would love to hire as many RNs as possible, but this has proven to be more consistent and allowed us to fill the positions. And I would say, we are reducing 1 nurse manager this year. And I think that's appropriate as we are, reducing our number of campuses. But I think what we have programmed in there is what we need.
Well, and correct me if I am wrong in this assumption, and sorry, I'm following up here. With the nurses, that's 25. We have over 30 schools, so there are still schools that do not have staffing. And so that is actually not an excessive number of nursing staff to have in our district.
So our charter schools don't, um, most of them don't staff for their own nurse, but our nursing staff do provide some services to them that we don't really factor in, but they, they do help make sure that that we're compliant with shot records, and they do some hearing checks and things like that because you have to by law. So they do provide some services. We also provide services over the summer for summer school programs. That now the district is basically covering that instead of it having to come out of specific grants, and so that allows those summer programs to go a little further. So there's definitely ways that we are utilizing our nurse managers to fill in those needs beyond, to cover more schools.
Thank you, Mrs. LaPlante. Mr. DeGraw.
Just one other note, the FTE in the nursing department dropped by 5.7 FTE, reflective of the smaller number of sites.
Thank you, Mr. DeGraw. Any other comments, questions from the board over any of the items that have been brought in by Mr. Dorn? Seeing none at this time. Ms. Maple.
Do my scenario?
Mhm.
Okay. Leaving all of the revenue as we talked about as it is. I did elementary school PTR to 26 students. I kept the library associates and the kindergarten aides. I reduced the magnet exploratory teachers by 2.5. And I left LAD as is. On secondary, I left the 6 to 8 PTR as the proposed budget, the 30.5. And I left 9 through 12 PTR as proposed in the budget of 33.5. I accepted the reduction of counselors. I did not reduce librarians. I did not reduce North Star College. I didn't do anything else, actually. I didn't do anything in district-wide. I added both best satellites. I left the charter funding equivalent, the half BSA, although I won't change it at this point, but I do agree with Ms. Hardy's point that it probably behooves us to assume it'll be in the BSA. But for this example, I didn't do anything there. District administration, I cut curriculum materials. I went down 1. I cut 270,000. I cut the teacher laptop all the way. I increased district admin by 100,000, so I did a 600,000 cut there. And that left me with a $2,000 deficit, and I stopped. So that's my draft.
Mrs. Hardy.
Didn't click on the information thing, and it might be there. It was just about the teacher laptops. I know that we just recently replaced the majority of them. I wasn't sure if it was a rolling thing and we only replaced some, or do all of our teachers have like the laptops that we have?
Yeah, so our student devices are a rolling laddered approach, and unfortunately our staff laptops are one-time propositions all at once.
Follow up?
Yep, follow up.
So currently, all of our staff have a new laptop.
Yeah, they're in the second year of it. Yep. So approaching halfway through a normal cycle. A normal cycle is 4 years, but that's obviously not set in stone.
One more?
Yep.
So the 650 is to replenish our equipment replacement, our technology replacement fund.
Correct.
To build up up there so that when we need it, we're able to buy it, but it doesn't currently defer any purchases.
Exactly. Yeah. So just to clarify, just for everyone's understanding, what Ms. Hardy just said is we make that one-time lump sum purchase of the staff laptops out of the equipment replacement and then replenish it through a line item in our technology department. And that's the 650, where we would normally have it replenish the equipment replacement fund, which is directly where we make that purchase from. And so as it stands now, the last two, we've eliminated that payment for 2 consecutive years. Basically, the equipment replacement fund's not replenishing to make that one-time purchase, which will approach $2 million. And we would make that normal purchase in about a couple of years.
Thank you, Mr. DeGraw. Mrs. Julian.
I'm ready to share if you'd like.
Okay, I will reset.
Did we
will-
have, before we shared, before we reset, did we have any questions and other questions in regards to what Ms. Maple has put forward? Seeing none at this time. Okay, go ahead, Mr. DeGraw, and clear it out.
Love that reset button.
Hey, that was a good
greatest.
building, huh?
All last year I went scrambling through. Now, where was this one? And where
I
is it?
got to make an
And
easy
that
button.
reset button, everyone can see. That's just beautiful. Wow, look at that. It's awesome.
All right, Mrs. Hardy.
Quick question, when you press the reset button, it resets the finances.
Yes. So the revenue side, I'll go in
Oops.
and do the.
Get it back to where we had it.
We need to get the reset to include this now. So.
Excellent. All right, thank you, Mr. DeGraw. Mrs. Julian, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we've added in everything there. It's 1 point. Yeah, thank you. Okay. Elementary schools, lower PTR to 25. The next change is reduce the magnet exploratory teachers by 2.5. I want to keep their PTR in alignment with what our PTR is for neighborhood schools. LAD K8, I changed that to a K5 elementary model. There's not many students that are in
Hang
that.
on, Mrs. Julian. Hang on, Mr. DeGraw.
Sorry, Miss Julian, did you reduce the 2.5 at Barnett Magnet? Okay,
Yes.
Perfect. Now I'm with you.
Okay, I'm going to start over. Okay, adjusting PTR to 25 for elementary. Keeping library associates, keeping the kindergarten aides. I'll just do it this way. Barnett Magnet staffing reducing by 2.5. LAD K8 changing to a K5 elementary model. I think that puts us more in line where all of our neighborhood elementary schools are the same. And there's also very few students that would be impacted. Still students, but not many that attend 6 through 8 at LAD. And with the closeness of another middle school that those students could go to geographically to where LAD is, I didn't think that was that's why I chose to move it to a K8, K5. Secondary, I reduced PTR there as well. So reducing PTR to 29 for middle school and to 32 in high school. And the primary reason for doing that is because we heard kind of very loud and clear that increasing PTR at secondary risks the amount of honors courses, AP courses that we're able to offer. And so to the extent that we can still offer those opportunities for students, that's a priority. So that's why it's equally as important that we focus on PTR, at least that I was focusing on PTR in secondary. High school counselors, I added back 2.5 FTE high school counselors. The reason for that is because I think that we have a lot of mental health crisis right now that's going to continue to incur at that level with things that are happening nationally, and to be able to support more students with their mental health and also with secondary options for attending school. I think that that's really important that we maintain those. Secondary librarians, I didn't touch that. North Star College, I kept that. I know I've been very much an advocate on and looking at that closely. I've been very impressed, especially with the tour that Mrs. Carol Halberd and I did of North Star College, and I'd like to, so I didn't advocate for removing that in this budget. Activity funding, no changes. District-wide, I added back regular instruction supplies because that impacts all teachers. I added best homeschool satellite locations in both areas. That is an innovation that I think is important. We only need, is it about 80 students to offset that cost? And with the location of those in areas where we have a high level of correspondence students, I think that it's really likely that if we were to expand and give those students a facility, which is what I've been hearing anecdotally when I do outreach to those communities, that we will gain students in that area who are already choosing correspondence, but maybe with a different area, different program than ours. Let's see here, charter schools, I zeroed out the additional funding for charter schools as we discussed, assuming that that's going to be in the BSA. District administration, the curriculum materials fund, I reduced that to 270,000. Information and technology, I reduced that payment entirely to 0. District administration staffing reductions, I increased that to 1 million. Transportation, I assumed the governor's budget, which is that we would have a subsidy of only 1.5 million. And that should leave us with a deficit of 972,000. Is that what you're getting?
Yeah, and I'm assuming it rounds to 1 million. So
So
behind the
with
scenes.
that assumption, I'm going to recommend that we do less than a 1% vacancy rate. Why? Because we have a tremendous amount of right now. We have substitute teachers, which shows that we do have vacancies. We have vacancies. We're paying for them through our subs. If we don't have enough money budgeted in our substitute teacher allowances in our budget, we should increase that to be more transparent about what our actual costs are so that we can look at our actual costs when we're budgeting. But what I'm asking this board to consider is that a less than a 1% negative contingency, looking at that in this scenario with the priorities I put forth, allows us to keep that PTR, that class size target, relatively still reasonable, which will hopefully not drive more people away from our district. And I think that that is where I'd like to make that investment in prioritizing those types of investments. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Julian. Any questions about what Mrs. Julian has brought forward? Seeing none at this time. Lunch is not quite ready yet, so would somebody else like to, Mrs. Hardy?
Sure. So for elementary, reduce that to 26. I left library associates, kindergarten aides, and all of the rest the same in elementary. In secondary, I reduced 6 to 8 to 30, and I reduced 9 to 12 to 33. I left the high school counselor cut, but I might come back to that later. We'll circle around. Left all of the rest of those the same. District-wide, I added back in the $70,000 for supplies. I did both of the best homeschool satellites. For charter schools, I assumed a 680 equivalent in the BSA formula. For district administration, I did a 270 cut to curriculum and materials. I did zero out the teacher laptop replacement fund. And I left the staffing reductions as they were for district administration. For transportation, I reduced transportation subsidy down to the 500,000, assuming that we get at least some new transportation funding. I should have an $8,000 surplus. So I'm wondering where we went off. There we go. And so it is balanced as it is, but I do have two further questions. I have to get back to my notes. One is, I know Mr. Doran has brought it up and we talked about it, and I wasn't sure where it landed on the custodial coordinators. If those 3 positions are needed, I would love to hear where that is, or if one would be feasible with contracting out custodial. And then the other question was, the proposed HB 69 that's now with the Senate currently has an 8% charter school administration fee. And I would like to know what that would bring in. I don't know whether or not we should budget off of that, but I think there's a good likelihood that that might pass. And so that might free up other money that could be considered to do other things. And then I have one more thing after that, but if you guys want to answer.
Mr. DeGraw?
So to the charter admin fee question, if it rose to 8% and we charged that max 8%, it would be about 375,000 additional dollars to the district. And then there was also a question about custodial coordinators and what that would look like.
Yeah, can we have Miss Carrie on describe what that would look like in her world?
So the custodial manager is one position, and that's completely different from the custodial coordinator's position. The custodial coordinator would basically become a quality assurance. And so even though there is a reduction on the staffing side of things, the inspection is going to be really crucial for the contractor. So you've got 25 buildings, over 2 million square footage that are 2 coordinators who will become the inspectors to do all the quality assurance inspections, to then give it to the custodial manager, who's then going to relay that information back to the contractor. And that's going to be a daily task. And so that's going to be really crucial for them to be in our world. Without them, it will be really difficult to be able to manage the contractor.
Thank you, Ms. Carrion.
I'd
Dr.
like to
Reiner?
add on to that. So anytime there's cuts, those duties don't go away. It just shifts to somebody else. And so I think when we're talking about cuts within that custodial realm, where that burden would shift to is most likely our principals at the building. And so they would take on a bigger job in coordinating with whatever custodial company we would have and discussing needs within their building. And so could it be done? It absolutely could be. But those burdens would shift somewhere because, you know, the burdens don't shift or don't go away completely. So just wanted the board to be aware of that.
Thank you, Dr. Miner. Mrs. Hardy, follow up?
Or it was continuing because I wanted to give them.
Yeah.
So if we were to consider, I agree with the custodial. I wanted to hear and understand how the dynamics would play. That 8%, that would give us enough to add back in the high school coordinators to within this budget. So that would be my proposed budget as this is. And then kind of ripping the Band-Aid off. I don't know where everyone else is sitting, but I think that there is a high likelihood that we are either going to have a large charter school opening, like it or not, next year, or we're going to have a lot more students than we're planning leaving the district, somewhere around 150. Possibly more, we're all guessing at this point. But in talking to families and people involved, there's a lot of feelings, and feelings are really hard to predict, and what people are going to do with those feelings. So my budget does not include that assumption, and I think that's a bigger, wider discussion of how we're going to handle and deal with that. And I don't want to derail the process because I feel like this is working pretty smoothly, but I think we need to set aside time to really discuss it again, because we can either, you know, plan for it, or we can be back on our heels and have to react when that hole in our budget is created due to inaction.
Thank you, Mrs. Hardy. No, I expected that this conversation would come forward. Before we have this conversation, I would like the board to go ahead and take a recess. Let's take some time, get some food, and let's be back here in 20 minutes, and we will continue on with our board work and the discussions. Okay, welcome back. We are going to come back from a recess now. Thank you, everyone, for your patience as we took just a few minutes on our long work session. So right before we went to recess, Mrs. Hardy brought up the charter school conversation, and so we will open the floor for that conversation. And if we could, Mrs. Hardy, go back to you and what you had brought up so we can catch Mr. Burgess up.
And I wasn't sure if you want to switch to that or if you want other board members who haven't shared their budgets to do that. Like I didn't want to derail the process. That's why I made a budget without it. I do worry that this board will have to contend with something next year, and I won't be on the board at that time for the most part. So letting you all know. Do you want to open up the floor to that conversation, or do you want to continue with the progress we were going through?
So that would be Mr. Dorn.
I have that on my second go around.
Okay. Finishing up where we were. Okay.
And then we'll be able to come back because there are other items besides that.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Mr. Doran. So that's what we'll do. We'll continue on with our conversation where we were with the balancing act then, and allow the remaining board members who have not shared their budgets to go ahead and do so, and then we can move on into that conversation. Miss Carol Hubbard.
Okay, I'll share mine.
Let's give Mr. DeGraw a second to get set up with his.
No problem.
Boardroom's not showing. There it is. Alrighty, we're ready to go.
Okay, so elementary school PTR 25. Reduce the library, sorry.
We already did the revenue, so we're going to. Yes, yeah. So everybody's going with that same with the 105,000. Yeah.
Okay, no, mine says the same thing. Okay, okay. Okay, PTR for elementary 25. And elementary, the library associates reduce. And nothing else in that section. And secondary, the proposed budget for 6 to 8, which is 30.5, and 9 to 12 changed to 31. Let's see, reduce on the secondary librarians. And then district-wide, yes on the 70,000. And yes on best and best for the opportunities. And then I included the 680 BSA on the charter. That's what we're supposed to do, right? Okay, cool. All right, and then district admin, let's see here. So curriculum, 0. Sorry. Laptops, 0. Staffing, $1 million. And transportation, I went to the 500,000. So I'm at like 12,000 deficit. Well, shoot, your math is better than mine. I like yours better. I don't know what I missed.
So what would be helpful is for folks to clarify there's 500 and 1.5 in there, and so making the transportation subsidy a total of 500K, or were you proposing to make the transportation 1.5 million?
Okay, so it's The second option, which is 500,000 in parentheses minus 1.5 million in red.
Gotcha.
Okay.
So,
Somewhere I added something that you didn't. Okay, because I have a $12,000 deficit. And what do
which
you have?
it's the 105. It's the 105 in revenue.
105 in
It's a
revenue.
$105,000 difference. It's the $105,000 additional revenue on building
In
rentals.
local?
Local revenue, yep. And then go
Oh.
down and it's building rentals.
Oh, got it. Okay. Oh, well.
Now
Okay,
does it
I'll
line
just
up?
leave it at that. It's good enough. I'm in the green. Yay. All right. Well, I mean, at that point, we could probably add back somebody, but it's fine.
Thank you, Ms. Carol Hubbard. Is there any other board members who would like to share their budgets? I will go ahead and share mine then. Mr. DeGraw, when you're ready.
Ready.
All right. So elementary, I took the elementary PTR to 25. I kept our library associates. I kept our kindergarten aides. I did reduce the magnet teachers by 2.5. I did change LAD from K through 8 to a K5. In high school, secondary, I kept the PTR in 6 to 8 at 30.5. Maintained the PTR in high school as well at 33.5. I did keep the cut of the 2.5 reduction of high school counselors. I reduced the high school librarians only. I didn't touch North Star College. I did reduce some activities funding. I reduced middle school by 100,000. I then reduced high school by another 100,000. Then I went down to educational opportunities and I added back, I added both of our satellites. And then I went to curriculum and I zeroed curriculum out. I zeroed the laptop replacement out. I kept district administration at the proposed at 500K. And then I took transportation to the one just above what was proposed, which is the minus 500,000, which gives us a $28,000 surplus. Yes, Mrs. Hardy.
I just, could you go back to the Ladd and Barnett cuts? I didn't catch what you did and I want to make sure I know what they were.
Yeah, I just did the, hold on, let me go back. That was that secondary schools? Yep. And, oh, the charter school, what did I do in charter? Nothing. I kept the 340 in charters, sorry. My decision there is just, I'm not 100% confident we're going to get it inside the BSA. I'm hopeful we do. But that was, I see it as we don't get it in the BSA, and so I went with the 340. Let's see, anything else in there? Nope, 26,000. Yep, so we're on the same page, or 28,000, that's where I'm at. Anyone else from the board who would like to share? Mr. Burgess, did you have a possible budget that you would like to share with the board? One thing we did do was we, over on the local revenue side, we all are on the same page with the local revenue just for right now, that we are assuming the 60 million from the borough, the projected enrollment staying the same for right now. But then we did the, let me go back to where it is, the building rentals revenue. So we went ahead and clicked that, which is in that first local revenue bracket, which gives us the 105,000 to start with. And so that's where we're all starting off at, and then just messing with the revenue side or the spending side, sorry.
Okay, thank you. I did have a scenario and I did not write very good notes for it, so let's see if I can recreate it. I wanted to lower PTR in elementary to 25, really keep it the same as it is now. I did not reduce library associates or kindergarten aides. I did look at reducing Barnett Magnet staffing and change LAD to a K8, K5 model. For secondary schools, I wanted to try and reduce PTR for high school to 31. Kept counselors with the reduction. I did not reduce librarians. And I believe in the scenario I was entertaining, eliminated all activities funding to the lowest possible amounts. Not that I like that. I included best satellites at both locations. For charter schools, I believe I left the same assumptions that were already in there. I think I increased the staffing reductions for administration to 700,000. And I did initially have that transportation subsidy reduced. I think I looked at a couple different options there, but in my initial, so this is where so I actually had changed revenue as well on the state side to increase it to the 800. So that's why I'm looking at a deficit still. But if I change that to BSA of 800, that should get us into a surplus, and that's why I was confused. So I actually had reduced the transportation subsidy to 1 million in my scenario. I believe that's pretty close to what I had earlier. Yep, that's what I had proposed. If we do keep the revenue at 680, then that puts this scenario in $1.2 million deficit. So I would have to find additional cuts there.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Was that a hand, Mrs. Hardy?
And it might be in the info. Just how many students by moving LAD to a K5 are we displacing?
Six through eight.
Okay, so we'll get an answer on the LAD. So give us just a minute here. Or, sorry, the model, the K through 8.
So currently, if we're taking 6th grade through 8th grade out, so there's 23 6th graders and a total of 17 7th and 8th graders. So that's quick math, about 40. Yeah.
Do you have the eighth graders broken out? Because technically we wouldn't be displacing them because they'd be moving on to
Eighth
high
graders
school.
is 8 students.
So 9,
Yeah.
9 and 32.
Thank you, Ms. LaPlante. Mr. Dorn.
Just a clarification, the change is 6, but would that be a change of 2 teachers? Which would be a lot more.
No, that would be a net of about a half of an FTE because teachers would follow those students as they were dispersed to a middle school. So we would still have to educate that they'd go to Tanana or to Ryan or to Randy Smith, and additional FTEs would pop up there.
Thank you, Mr. DeGraw. Mrs. Hardy.
Are we opening the floor to discuss some of the proposed things? Are we having another board member? I don't want to.
At this time, I think all board members have now given their budgets. I do not believe there's any board members who have not. So yes, at this time, we can go ahead and open the floor for discussions. I would like to try to keep the discussions to, if a board member brings something up, let's have that discussion until that discussion is done, and let's try not to jump and, okay, excellent. So with that, Mrs. Hardy, if you'd like to start.
Yeah, on that same vein, so just sticking with LAD going to K5, it sounds like it's $60,000 worth of savings, but it's going to really affect students who expected to be there, and it's a little late in the game. Like, I know we can, just because we can doesn't mean we should. We're basically closing a middle school, which just happens to be attached to a elementary school. And it's gonna create an upset in that community. It's not a ton of students, but it's also not a lot of bang for our buck to make that many people that upset over what they were already planning on doing. I don't think it's worth like the savings we would realize for such a little number. And then I'll put me back in the queue when we talk about activities, funding, or librarians.
Thank you, Mrs. Hardy. Ms. Carol Hubbard.
I just want to agree with Mrs. Hardy. I think that it's a very, very low savings, less than $2,000 per student for the entire school year. And you are, there's 32 kids there that are planning already to be there, and it's a great model for them. I wish we could just get more kids over there. I would like to promote that school instead of taking that away, because I like the K-8 model.
Thank you, Ms. Carol Hubbard. Throwing myself in, I don't disagree with either of you. In my budget, I did have that reduction, but I also would be in favor of honoring something like Mrs. Julian had brought forward and looking at alternative ways to find, especially if we're stuck on something like $60,000, we could find that. Mr. Doran.
Basically, I'm in favor of the going K5. I do think when we look at K8, we should look at, it's not a middle school, and fund it as an or look at it as, and staff it as a elementary, because that's really what it is. And those who choose K8 are deciding not to do middle. We have the middle school options for them. This does fit into a bigger building consideration that I have, that LAD and Arctic Light, there's lots of room there. We're already moving students from LAD to Arctic Light because Arctic Light has plenty of room in it, and that opens up room at LAD. The 6, 7, and 8 is it's a small group that changes. It does have an advantage because it's primarily or serves a lot of military students who are here for a shorter period of time. So sometimes that can mean one less movement for those students, which is the advantage of 6, 7, 8. But I am really concerned that the both LAD and Arctic Light are highly impacted by military-connected students. And we do know that there is a lessening of those. Actually had a closure or a relocation, a closure of LAD or Arctic Light, or a relocation of LAD to a smaller footprint at the Nordale building, which would reduce our number of seats, still keep the school identity, but it'd just be in a different building that's right nearby.
Thank you, Mr. Doran. I do have a question. I'm going to throw myself in on that one. This is to administration. First, I'd like to address the Nordale conversation. From what I understand, Nordale is under hold harmless. We still got 3 to 4 years left on that hold harmless. What would that even look like to honor that conversation and throw a school into Nordale? If that was something the board honored, just because Mr. Doran brought it up.
I'm not sure. We would need to do have additional conversations with the Department of Ed on what that looks like. We did receive hold harmless for closing Nordale. And so if that's something that the board wanted administration to explore, we could go to the Department of Ed and ask what that might look like.
Okay. And then my second question, well, I'll leave that for now. Mrs. Hardy.
Just to the hold harmless, my understanding of hold harmless is that it's to prevent having a school reopen before 7 years, but not that I support the idea. Moving a school from one location to another is not reopening a school. It is just moving students, which if there was a malfunction with the building and we needed to clear them out, like we've had 100 students go to school at Tannenall for a little while. That shouldn't affect hold harmless. It's just moving students. Best is currently in there, and there's a lot of reasons. Like, I'm not getting into the merits, but I don't think the idea of moving LAD to a new location would affect hold harmless. It's still LAD.
And that was what I was asking. So no, I appreciate that. Thank you, Mrs. Hardy. And thank you, Dr. Miner. That was really kind of where the question was. Any other questions from board members at this time about what Mr. Doran had brought forward? Or do we have other conversations we would like to have? Mrs. Julian?
Sure, can I move on to another conversation? I think that one thing that we should talk about is the transportation subsidy, because that's something that we can, that's a really big lever that I'd like to get some consensus on, or at least have a discussion about that. I put forward in my budget a $1.5 million transportation subsidy that lowers the proposed budget by $500,000, adding a $1.5 million. That is based on the governor's recommended budget, which included a 20% increase to transportation across the board. We know right now that Matsu, which has a lot of leverage down in Juneau, as well as Kenai, has tremendous transportation needs. The 680 came from Kenai last year when they put forward their similar amendment to what we're going to be doing this year. So therefore, my recommendation would be to assume that we are going to be putting in 1.5 million, which is equivalent to what the governor has proposed. But I'd like to open that conversation up so that we can, because that's a pretty big lever. Thank you.
Any questions from board members? Conversation. Dr. Miner.
Just something for the board to consider. While the governor did have it in his budget and his budget bill, I think it's important to consider HB 69 doesn't have transportation attached in it. And so they've added some of the things that the governor has asked for into HB 69, and not saying that once it goes over the Senate side, we might get some transportation funding there, but it's not currently in the vehicle of the funding bill that's moving forward. And so I do want to express some caution in terms of assuming too much transportation revenue, because it's not in a current bill that is actively being debated by either house right now.
Mrs. Julian?
Yeah, so I'll follow up then. Dr. Miner, thank you. So so my question then to administration would be, if we were to accept the $2 million proposed transportation subsidy, and all the revenue assumptions that we've assumed. So we've accepted everything that you've put forward. Then if we assume a 1% vacancy rate, which equals across the board right now, $1.6 million, is that something that, if that's the only assumption that we're going to make, and I also understand that this is putting Mr. DeGraw on the spot, and I don't intend to do that. But that would be the only kind of risk that we're taking based off of what was recommended here. And that risk is based off of an assumption that we're not going to fill every single one of our vacancies 100% of the time with 1,300 employees. And so we might be able to assume a 1% vacancy rate, which is 1.6 million.
I think it's much more of a calculated risk than some of the other ones proposed. So if we're at everything else of what you just said, I think it's something that we can control much more than predicting state revenue or a transportation subsidy. So I'm following your logic and would be supportive of that.
Thank you, Mrs. Julian. Mrs. Hardy.
And just, I had to look back at it and refresh, because transportation last year had been a part of the omnibus package that failed, and it looks like it was added back in to the actual budget later on in the session and then passed through. But I had forgotten that it was a one-time increase. So currently, we're not even assuming, like, are we currently assuming that one-time increase will continue in our budget? So that deficit assumes we go back to fiscal year 24's transportation budget.
That's correct.
Yes.
So what would it be if we just assumed that they won't reduce transportation, and that additional one-time funding was at least what would come through? How much of a subsidy reduction would that be?
So it wouldn't provide any ability to reduce the subsidy. So the total status quo FY24 revenue that we will receive from the state compared to our FY26 anticipated cost generates a $3.5 million deficit. So the one time that we're receiving current year is $1 million. So that would be a $2.5 million deficit. So we'd, at the $2 million subsidy level that's in the proposed budget, we'd still be $500,000 short with current year FY25 one-time funds.
Thank you, Mrs. Hardy. Questions from the board? Mrs. Julian.
So then to clarify, would you recommend, would that change the recommendation on the balancing act that we subsidize at 2.5 million, or would you maintain it at a $2 million subsidy? And to clarify, I'm talking about the administration's recommendation.
Our proposal in the proposed budget was to have the $2 million subsidy and see what happens in Juneau. That's, at the time, again, at the time we were putting together this proposed budget, the governor had a $2 million increase. And so we're looking at probabilities and likely as well as the 2 million are going to make it across the finish line. Probably not. Will something. We're getting 1 million current year. I would assume, maybe it's, what assuming does, right? We're 1 million current year, so we're splitting the difference, right? So that was our logic going into proposed budget was, we're hopeful that the transportation money from the state will go up somewhere between $1 million and $2 million, and that's how it lines up with the $2 million number that's in the proposed budget. That's a lot. We've got a lot of numbers flying around. Hopefully that makes sense for the board, but that was our logic.
Thank you, Mr. DeGraw. Any other questions on this topic on the transportation? Mrs. Julian.
I think would be helpful for us to get consensus around this one, because it's a pretty big lever.
I think most consensus will come tomorrow night with the vote, but I would be hesitant to try to seek out a consensus on this tonight. Mrs. Hardy?
Speaking to that, could you let us know how we plan to go through the budget tomorrow night? If that way we can prepare and understand.
Dr. Meinert.
One thought I had during our break, Michelle has been taking notes on where there are some consensus items. And so one approach could be starting balancing act with the things that have at least 4 board members or more support of, and then you could work through the rest of the budget after that. Because there are, as I'm looking through her spreadsheet, there are some items that have 4 or more board members support already.
Mrs. Hardy.
Would it be allowable for board members to have a copy of that? Like, some of us took our notes, but like it went pretty fast. To be able to see the consensus and understand where people are would be helpful for me personally.
Yeah, if we take another break at some point in time, I could share that with the board in terms of what are some areas that 4 or more board members supported within their balancing act.
Mr. Doran.
It would be helpful maybe to have a breakout, but also with all that people put on the table. Because, we asked that 2 weeks ago as people sent things in, but also tonight. Then, because there may be other items that people want to bring forward, or somebody looks at them and they say, oh yeah, I would be interested in that.
Dr. Miner, is that
It helps all of our understanding.
if we took a 5-minute recess, is that something you could compile for the board and get it sent so that we could have it for our looking at it as we make our way through this process?
I would say 5 to 10 minutes. To Mr. Doran's point, we don't have notes of everything else that has been discussed through budget work sessions. As we went through budget work sessions, if it seemed like there was a number of board members that wanted something added to Balancing Act, we've added it to Balancing Act. So, we could spend 5 to 10 minutes, bring that back to the board in terms of what has been supported this evening. And then if there's additional conversations of things that board members would want to consider, having conversations around that at that point in time.
I think that would be very helpful. Yeah.
Hello?
Mr. Doran.
And maybe for clarification, I was talking about what was put on the table tonight in particular. And, because those are the things that I'm thinking of stayed with people through the work sessions. So I don't know if that list was all done. I'm assuming it was so that you could then figure out where there was some commonalities. But just a thought.
Thank you, Mr. Doran. Mrs. Hardy.
Maybe if we just had board members, like I wrote down Mr. Doran's pool, if there were things that we supported that we wanted brought forward, then that's a great way to know if there was consensus. And if there's nothing and you're not offering, then we can assume that those ideas weren't grabbed onto by the majority. And if a board member wants to advocate for something to get more board members behind that one, they could say that. Like, I will start with, I think we should consider the 8% charter school administration just as an option. But if nobody else wants to, that's about my only one that I think hasn't been put on there.
Mrs. Hardy, are you talking about the in the legislature, that 8% that they're trying to increase it to from the 4%? Okay. Ms. Maple. Can you say that louder?
I would support Ms. Hardy's request for that.
Okay. I'd support that too. We can go ahead and get that in there. That'd be great. Mrs. Julian?
I would like to suggest that we consider a 1% vacancy rate based on a based on this budget. I think that it is well within reason that we forecast based on historical vacancy rates that we will assume at least a 1% savings from payroll and benefits, which is 86% of our budget, our largest budget item. I know that we're seeing it now. We, of course, will have a smaller amount of, we are reducing our staffing next year. A lot of that is in the area of custodial, which is going to be hopefully picked up by a vendor. I think that it is reasonable and also responsible only if we accept all other recommendations on revenue, as well as the transportation subsidy of $2 million, to take a calculated risk in our vacancy rate, similar to what we've seen Matsu School District do. And I think that 1% is a very conservative estimate.
Thank you, Mrs. Julian. Mrs. Hardy?
Support Ms. Julian's proposition to at least have it added to the Balancing Act in case we get in a similar situation like last year, where we're $100,000 or less off or something along those lines as a lever that we can pull. I don't see a problem with having it in there, and it's something we seem to be okay at the end factoring in.
Mr. Burgess.
So I was listening to the meeting earlier when the discussion about this topic was being discussed. And my feelings while I was listening was that I'm I'm feeling pretty risk averse these days, particularly in this position, and so with the amount of uncertainty that necessarily goes into building our budget because of the crazy way that things work in this state, I was pretty reluctant to support that idea. However, I do agree with Mrs. Hardy that it would be reasonable to put it in balancing act to help us have a more robust discussion and give us additional options. I do agree also with Ms. Julian that it's reasonable if we can reduce some of the potential risk in other areas of with revenue assumptions. So I'd be willing to throw that in as well at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Yeah, I absolutely support that. At least get it in there. And if it's a lever we need to pull at some point, we can pull that lever. Any other suggestions from board members to seek consensus on? Mr. Dorn.
Okay. I'm going to put the Barnett magnet in. I believe we had it came up several times. So since we're on work session, I was not doing a count, but it came up.
What about the Barnett, just the reduction of 2.5?
2.5
Okay.
seemed to be on a
Yeah,
lot
and
of
it's already
lists.
in here.
Okay. Well, that's what you wanted on the table, right?
Well, things that are not in the balancing act, things that we've not already come up with a consensus on that are not already in here. Because that's something we already have consensus on, and that's in the balancing act as something that we will consider.
I have a different question.
Okay, Mr. Dorn.
We were told we would have a better number on the custodial savings, if any, by the middle of the month. We're past the middle of the month. Do we have that number?
Yes, what we're seeing is a ceiling of about $4.1 million on those costs, potentially ending up right around, I'm seeing a ceiling of 4.1. Right now, the budget number is 4.0 million. Needless to say, relatively speaking, a ton of moving parts due to school consolidation. And so we've been crunching numbers and in talks, and I see the ceiling as $4.1 million. We won't
Clarification?
Yep.
When you say the ceiling as a savings or the ceiling as the cost?
No, a ceiling of the cost of $4.1 million. The cost currently is set at 4.0. The ceiling that I'm seeing is 4.1. And so that preserves, if the savings were 3.0, that would be 2.9. If it was 4.2, it'd be 2.8, and so on and so forth.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeGraw. Questions from the board? Any topics you would like to see added to the balancing act to seek consensus on? Mr. Dorn.
If we could have a conversation on the having more than one education center, using that generically, but Nordell and Midnight Sun have both been put out as education centers or administrative annexes, the way I looked at it. But I would say that's one or the other. Does not make sense to have two buildings as education centers with relatively few students in them. And so I would say one or the other. And especially if we're sending satellites out, that's fewer people coming into those centers. So I would like to put that on the table for conversation.
Miss Carol Hubbard. Okay. Okay, so you're wanting to have the conversation on what we're doing with Midnight Sun Building, correct?
Well, okay, broadly, I do want also on the table a conversation of what we're doing with the 3 buildings that are not otherwise assigned. But I am concerned that we have put Midnight Sun specifically on the table as another education center. I question, there's savings of at least $250,000 if we only have one rather than two. So
Dr. Minert, could I turn this over to you for the discussion for those 2 buildings? I'm not exactly sure what direction Mr. Dorn is going here, so I'm not sure how to answer it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing for the board to consider is the placement of Star of the North. Star of the North was at a leased facility prior to this year, and so we would need to find a home for Star of the North. We felt like once the board took action on Midnight Sun, the most appropriate location for Star of the North to go would be to Midnight Sun. If we didn't have that facility, we would have to look at other potential areas for Star of the North, which would become very challenging in North Pole with Midnight Sun closing and North Pole Middle having a rather large enrollment, and North Pole High, those students are looking for an alternative setting other than North Pole High. And so, it would be our recommendation to have Star of the North at the Midnight Sun facility for next year.
Thank you, Dr. Minert. Mrs. Hardy.
To that same point, in going through, it sounded like a majority of board members added in the 2 satellites as part of their budgets, and I don't believe anybody discussed doing other than moving some best people. Anything cuts to that, and nobody else has proposed doing anything other than having Star of the North have a new building. So there seems to be a general consensus.
Thank you, Mrs. Hardy. I would agree with that we have a general consensus on what's going to happen there with that building. Mrs. Julian.
Thank you. I was going to ask that for tomorrow night, since we've all put forth our kind of recommended budgets right now, for those things that had consensus around not cutting or not adding. I think that nobody put in cutting kindergarten aides or North Star College. Can we remove that from the balancing act before tomorrow? Because that also will help streamline the conversation around the kind of the levers that we are wanting to discuss and really kind of simplify things a little bit.
I'm seeing a lot of head nods and hearing a lot of that's a good ideas. Dr. or Mr. DeGraw, I keep looking at both of you and it's just confusing me.
I'd just like to ask a clarifying question to the group. What's the standard by which we will remove? If 1 out of 7 board members had an item on their list, do we remove it, or does it need to be 0 board members actually brought it up? Where do we draw the line on removing items? That's a question for the group.
Hold up a hand at a 0 or a 1, whatever you guys think. Or Miss Maple, you have a thought?
I would lean towards it having been an explicit conversation, but that might not be what Miss Julian was getting at. But I was thinking, like, whoever just said nobody said kindergarten aides, like, we've now explicitly brought that up, and that gives everybody the opportunity to be like, oh no, I would definitely want that to be a lever we could pull. But for that one, it sounds like nobody. But I would say more of an explicit disinterest, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, my recommendation was that we have, if nobody brought it up at all as a lever that they pulled in their own budget, like kindergarten aides, I don't think we even need a discussion. Nobody put it forth. So, I would say if that's been zero, if it was zero, we remove it.
Thank you. Yeah, if it was zero, that works out. Mr. Doran?
Okay, I was going to suggest leave it the way it stands because we are not taking votes tonight. It's a work session, and we're floating the line in terms of that. If no one brings it up tomorrow, but it's also a possibility that something that might come up tomorrow as we're trying to balance the last pieces, and it's already there. On one hand, I don't find the balancing tool as helpful in the big picture for me, and I'm speaking only for myself with that because it is quite a adjustment. But I think if it's there, it has been there through our conversations. If it's not pulled tomorrow night, that's fine. But if there's a piece that we know what's there, and the public knows if they want to testify tomorrow regarding any of the pieces, but they have a sense from our conversation tonight, the main areas for consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Doran. Mr. Burgess? I got you, Ms. Hardy.
Thank you. I'm a little reluctant to remove anything from Balancing Act for similar reasons that Mr. Doran expressed. I don't think it really gets in the way of our discussion, and the tool is fairly limiting already in a few ways. And not that I'm complaining, I love the tool actually. I think it's a really great way for us to work through this. But to Mr. Doran's point, I do believe that keeping the options that are already in the tool is fine, and I don't think it'll, if we don't want to discuss something, we won't discuss it. So I'm not too worried about it being there.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. What I will say is we are very contradictory on this board sometimes. So what we will be using the Balancing Act tomorrow night, Wednesday night. This is going to be part of the budget process. This is going to be how we come to a consensus tomorrow night or Wednesday, whichever night it is that we make a vote on how we're going to do this budget. So I hear those concerns. I really, truly would like board members to go back to putting consensus around things so that we can get the things that we want considered in here. We've had a lot of conversation about things that are already in here, and I would like to get things that board members have interest and consensus around that is not here added, so we can have those conversations, see if those are what we want added, so we have a full picture of what this looks like tomorrow night. Mrs. Hardy.
It was just, there's only 2 items that weren't discussed that are zero. It's kindergarten aides and North Star College.
Thank you, Mrs. Hardy. So when it comes to putting things into the Balancing Act, is there anything else that board members would like to see added for discussion or to have a discussion about adding right now? Mr. Doran.
The custodial coordinators, reduction there.
Mrs. Julian?
I'm going to, in reference to Mr. Doran's comment, that was put forth in email, and I had emailed administration about that, and the recommendation was, instead of honing in on any specific administrative positions, expand the amount under the administrative staffing, which is, I believe, why the budget tool now for district administration staffing goes from 700 to 800 to 900 to now 1 million. And I believe that is captured there versus saying direct a cut here, which initially was a conversation that I had as well. It was a request from the administration, just give us a dollar amount and we'll figure it out. So I feel like that is reflected if you adjust the administrative staffing cut at district-wide.
Yes, that is correct, Mrs. Dooley. And then that was a consensus we came up with at our last work session when it came to this. The administration asked specifically that the board does not name positions and that we instead give a dollar amount and let the administration decide how they will handle that and what works best for their departments. Mr. Dorn?
Then clarification with that, are we then talking about, well, then we need on the table the administrative cuts, whether that's 500,
It's
700.
already on the table because it's in the balancing act.
Okay, do we have, did you want a conversation about that as to,
Mr. Dorn, we want conversations around things that are not in the balancing act that we would like to see put there. And then we can have the conversations about what is there. What we're trying to do right now is have the administration get a list together that they can email to the board so that we all have a list of things we have consensus
I
around.
would like conversation about Star of the North.
Okay. Conversation of Star of the North. I will put myself in the queue and say I am in favor of moving Star of the North to the Midnight Sun building. I think it is a great idea for those students. I think it's a great idea for that program. It is a much needed program and it needs to stay in North Pole. That's how I feel about that. That is my personal opinion. I know that that program was meant for students in that area. And so that's where I would like to see it stay. I would like to see it move into Midnight Sun. And that's where my opinion is on that. Mr. Dorn.
Okay. My concerns on Star of the North, again, as with several of these programs, we don't have a plan for it. And what is really the model, it has changed dramatically since it was established. And the students whom it was predominantly meant to serve, that has changed dramatically. No longer some of that breadth there. It's gone from 7 to 12 to a 9 to 12 school. We're getting students in directly from the elementaries or middle schools before we see how they're doing in high school. I think that space-wise, if there is a need for the program, the model that we had for innovation at Lathrop could be incorporated pretty well within the high school, but it's serving a very different population. And my big thing is, what are we doing? And every time I've gone out there, good things happening. No question about that, and good work by the teachers. But we can't serve we've changed. We can't serve those students. Was what I got from the head teachers there. I have not yet been there this year. I hope to get there, I want to let that be known. But I've been there every year since I've been on the board. Otherwise, and I still plan to get out there this year. They were not able to work out a schedule when I did that earlier. So I have some real concerns about the program itself, and I'm putting it on as a complete program cut, and serve it elsewhere or in other ways.
Mrs. Hardy.
I'm going to say I think it's important for our programs that aren't schools to remain dynamic, to address students' needs as they arise. That's why they're their own programs, and they're going to shift and change depending on the students that become. They're small. That's an advantage to a small program. You can accommodate the different student needs as they come in. It's why it's an alternative learning systems program, and those needs, it's the same way just cutting CEC. We would lose some of the students who are the most vulnerable, who require something very different. And that is why boards before us created these programs. It's why they've continued to be supported. I'm related to people who have graduated from these programs. I've worked and sent students to those programs. They're necessary, and you don't know how necessary they are until you're there and it's a kid you care about that needs that program. The alternative for a lot of these kids is dropping out.
Thank you, Mrs. Hardy. I want to throw myself back in just to speak to that. I personally know 3 students who are part of Star of the North. And without that program, that is exactly what would happen. So I support this program through and through. Thank you, Mrs. Hardy, for that. Comments from the board on Star of the North? Ms. Carol Hubbard.
Yeah, I just want to put my support in for Star of the North. As a former teacher of some alternative education kids who had nowhere else to go. I get it. And I don't want to uproot them any more than just around the corner. And we can't send them to a normal high school, they won't go. And I totally understand that. So I'm a big advocate of Star of the North, so I just support that.
Thank you, Ms. Carol Hubbard. Any other comments from the board? Ms. Julian?
I support Star of the North.
Thank you, Mrs. Julian. Seeing as we have consensus around Star of the North, we can move on to other conversations. I feel like most of us have shown some support there for that conversation. So is there anything else anybody would like to put on the table that we could have a conversation about to be added so that administration can put it on the budgeting act for us? Mr. Doran.
I'd like to come back to what Ms. Hardy put on the table earlier, and I'm supportive of that, to talk about charter school versus magnet versus reinstatement. I think it is a big conversation we need to have, in particular with Pearl Creek, but it also impacts, the conversation is complementary to Two Rivers, but it does have a direct impact on our budget considerations as we go forward. We need to really look at that.
And we have two different scenarios here in our budgeting act for that. So how would you like that conversation?
I'm looking at a problem-solving approach, which may be not just two. There may be some range of problem-solving. I am very concerned that charter school, what those impacts are on a broader basis to the district, but we have a dollar figure that has been put in. We've gotten some explanation of that and probably get more details on that. So there is a group that is very has given strong indications that they are going forward, and we have an application, so we have to deal with that. There is the political realities of where the state, some of the state leadership is, which would favor that. It is more costly than a reinstatement or a magnet focus / theme, whatever you want to call it. That could be priced somewhat less than a reinstatement or such. There's also the big question of what is that building even available? If we're closing a building, why would we want to be landlords of a building that we say there is issues with? So that has cost implications for the budget as well, which we have not fully factored in, even if we're a landlord to that particular Pearl Creek building. So I would, I'm not advocating at this point an either or, because I think there might be a broader problem solving to it that would come in. A full charter is going to cost an awful lot more off the top for our budget. There's also that question of where would it be? What building would it be in? And that has financial implications for us if it would be the Pearl Creek building. But I think we need to be well aware that this has budget implications to us.
Questions, comments from the board? Ms. Carol Hubbard.
I'm not quite sure I understand exactly where we're going with that with Mr. Doran's comments, but are we talking about trying to reconsider the charter school? Is that what are we talking about, putting someone in Pearl Creek, or what I'm not clear, I guess. What are we?
We are having a general discussion on Pearl Creek. That's what we're on Pearl Creek Charter. Mrs. Hardy.
I guess, and I don't mean to put anybody on the spot. I heard over spring break that perhaps we didn't fully understand what Deed's position was on the charter, and that conversations may or may not have happened. I don't like to operate in hearsay, but do we have something in writing from Deed that says what they will consider, including what hold harmless on that portion? Where are we at? What do we know? Sorry,
Dr. Minor.
I don't think I misinterpreted the conversation I had with Commissioner Bishop in terms of her stance. And she recommended that the board follow its district policy, and that's the conversation we had, and haven't had follow-up correspondence around that.
Mrs. Hardy.
And did we directly ask Deed their position on hold harmless?
Dr. Minor, go ahead.
We've not followed up on the hold harmless portion of that.
So I will say, the governor's office did call me Friday. And I know you and I haven't had a chance to have this discussion, Dr. Minor, but there seems to be a little confusion. Nobody has that answer. One answer comes forward and says that we would not lose hold harmless, but then others say yes, and both have come from the governor's office on yes and no. So we are not 100% sure on what that looks like, and it seems neither is the state. And I'm not sure where we go from there. Mrs. Dooley, Dr. Minor.
So we did have initial information from Deed on their position on hold harmless, and that they did feel like it was a replacement of a neighborhood school. So to be clear, we did have information from Deed. We haven't revisited that conversation with Deed since then. So in their initial conversation with the school district, they felt like we would not be eligible for hold harmless because it would be a replacement of a neighborhood school.
Mrs. Hardy.
Just, is there no way to get our Department of Education to tell us in writing what exactly their stance is? Because I would just very much like clarity, and it doesn't seem like that difficult of a question to clarify for us before we make huge budgetary decisions.
I don't disagree. Mrs. Julian.
Thank you. So I think that it all goes down to, for me, what do we know? I am not in favor of budgeting an additional school right now in our budget, and balancing that on PTR, or that's the biggest lever that we can push. Or, let's say we go to a 2% negative contingency vacancy rate. I mean, those things push us into the realm of uncertainty, and there's a lot of what ifs here. What if we, what if we hear a charter and we make a decision? What if we say yes? What if we say no? What if we say no and the state says yes? What do we do? I right now know a couple things. I know that Deed has advised us to stick to our policy. I know that we have a policy. I also firmly believe that if we go against our policy, our own timeline that we've set, and we make an exception right now, we are putting ourselves in a vulnerable position legally, in that we then must make an exception every time that anyone comes forward with a proposal. Therefore, the only way that I would be in favor of hearing this outside of our timeline is if we also adjust our policy completely. That's the only way I would recommend that, unless we get a recommendation from Deed saying you must hear it on this 60-day timeline. We will put ourselves in a legal compromising position. And I am not in favor of that, unless we also just do away with our own timeline. So for me, it all comes down to Deed has advised us to stick to our policy. So we stick to our policy and we hear the charter application on our timeline. We cannot approve or deny a charter based solely on a financial situation. So saying that we're not in a financial spot to hear a charter in statute is not an appropriate reason to deny a charter. But I think that right now we have a timeline in place So we stick to that timeline and we hear that charter. I think right now that the charter application is phenomenal. They've done a really good job of putting this through. There's been a lot of thought process into this. And I want to be clear that not hearing it right now is not a no or a yes. It's just we're going to stick to our policy because that's what our policy, and that's also what Deed has said. And then we go through the process of really planning for this and saying, perhaps this is what the community wants. Is it at a 500-person charter? Is it at a 200-person charter? But we do that on the timeline that this board has set precedence for and has set policy for. And that would be my recommendation. And so I would not recommend that we budget for it next year. Now, there's a many what ifs, but I'm not willing to balance those what ifs on the backs of students right now.
Thank you, Mrs. Julian. The one thing I also would like to throw in there, and I know Dr. Minor threw this in before, but as of right now, Pearl Creek Charter also does not have a complete charter application. Part of their charter application is to have a lease that is included. They do not have that. So we need to have that discussion as well on giving administration direction on whether or not to act on the lease so that they may move forward with their full charter, from what I understand. Mrs. Hardy.
My question to that is, I'm not sure that that's an actual interpretation of the law because Boreal Sun's charter was approved without a lease. In fact, I know they were searching for a lease like 100 days or it was a short amount of time after it had been approved before they were trying to move into the building. So I know that was a fact. That's how we ended up in the building we're in. It was a very short timeline. We signed a lease that no one in their right mind should have signed in order to get in the building.
Dr. Minor, could you please clarify?
I think it might be slightly different in this case. Is what I'm seeking is clear direction from the board whether or not I'm supposed to be negotiating a lease with Pearl Creek so that they would have a complete application. My understanding is that most of the charter is centered around the facility at Pearl Creek and whether or not they would acquire that to run their charter school. And so it is an important conversation for the board to have because I'm not sure you would even consider a charter application without knowing or having an idea of where they might land. So it might be outside of this budget conversation, but at some point in time, I would need direction from the board whether or not I'm supposed to be entertaining that conversation with the Pearl Creek charter application.
Thank you, Dr. Minor. Mr. Dorn.
Yeah, I think there are two big question marks, and just listening to the comments tonight, we don't have any clear direction and perhaps contradictory direction from the state, from the governor's office, from Deed, whether they're talking to each other. What the most important is out of the governor's office and to the state board. So that's a real concern that actually has millions of dollars impact on this budget. We need that clarification. And yes, there are rumors, different people are getting different messages, and we're not getting anything in writing. And we need to have that. Some say, well, our policy would be under normal circumstances, but when you close a school, part of the conversation that we need a confirmation on is that some people have been told, well, we're out of the norm anyway because the closure came after the normal process would have been able to be done. I do think also, yes, we need a conversation about what are we doing with the buildings that we're closing. Part of the savings is closing that building and getting rid of it. So that has a direct implication to our budget that changes that savings amount, and I'm ballparking that at about $250,000 for keeping that building open. As landlord expenses, there might be more to that. We'd need to look into that. So we have two major questions, and part of the piece, and I'll end with this one at this point, is that we have a somewhat self-imposed deadline to approve and a recommended budget tomorrow, or if needed, Wednesday. We have a whole week, and that we could, and it has not been unusual for the board to approve the recommended budget in the last week of March. It does put pressure on administration to get it all prepped, but it has often enough been there. And if we need that time to get some of these answers, we should take it.
Thank you, Mr. Dorn. We have Mr. Burgess and then Mrs. Hardy.
Thank you. I just wanted to speak to the notion that we should make an exception to our existing policy because of the school closure. That argument suggests that the only reason we're opening a charter is because we closed a school. That guarantees that we lose hold harmless in my in my understanding of the direction that we've got. And so I agree with Ms. Dooley, we should stick to the policy that we have. We did get some feedback from DEED that they at least the commissioner agrees that that we can stick to our policy, and I believe that the message included that the state needs to clean up the intent of their statute with the 60-day timeline. But yes, I think the important point here is that if we're saying we're going to make an exception because the charter is only proposed because of the school closure, I mean, is that even a good reason to open a charter just because we closed a school? I mean, there's a lot of implications and precedents that we're setting by doing that, and it concerns me because it is costly to run a charter. I also, I have talked to some of the Pearl Creek APC members who seem to believe that a charter school would make money for the district, and that is part of why they are supporting it. I don't think there's anyone in this room that agrees with that assessment that a charter school would actually generate revenue for the district. Correct me if I'm wrong. But with that in mind, the folks that I was talking to said they would not be proposing it if they thought it was going to cause harm to the district. It is going to cause harm to the district, to the rest of the district, if we open a charter, and that's where I'm at. I don't think that we should try to guess what other people are going to do and make our decisions based on that, even if it is the state. If you ask me to take into account, how people are going to react, I will never make a decision again. This is not how we operate. We have to make the decisions that we believe are best for our district. If someone else finds a way to overrule those decisions, that's on them. Again, and yes, it means we're going to have to adjust, we're going to have to pivot, but we can all see who's doing it to us at that point. And I think we just need to be careful here. We need to follow the policies that we have. We should not be be reversing decisions that we've made or moving forward with things that we believe will cause hardships around the rest of the district because we think that the state's going to make that decision on our behalf regardless. I just don't think that is the responsible way to do things. I'll end there.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. We're going to go to Mrs. Hardy, and then we're going to take a recess.
There's lots of different ways we can approach this. The thing is, people are doing what their legal right is for them to do, and our feelings of whether or not that's morally something we can get behind doesn't really matter. People going to DEED is no morally or unmoral thing. It is the system in which people are operating. So that's what it is. I can't pretend to predict what Deed or the governor or anyone else is going to do. I have spoken with enough of the Pearl Creek community to know that they are not looking to back away from the charter, that this is something they're very committed to doing, and that if that means they wait a year, they will wait a year and they will go forward with that. And I generally, when people tell you what they believe and think, you believe them, and that's my understanding from them. I think the least dangerous assumption financially we could make is going back and offering a magnet school. It causes the least damage to our budget and also keeps that school underneath the school district's purview, and we set PTR and we do all of those things. That doesn't seem to be the will of the board, and that's okay too. So then my last bit, as far as it affects how I would approach this budget, is we need to plan for a loss of enrollment, because in also speaking with these people, there is a very good chance that a lot of them are going to choose to homeschool or do something else for the next year while they wait for their charter. And so we should expect to lose at least 100, possibly up to 200 students, depending on how much people's feelings move them. And that's also really hard to predict. But I think not adding in some kind of assumption adds more risk to our budget. And so I would say we should project a larger loss in student enrollment if we don't consider a magnet or a charter option.
Thank you, Mrs. Hardy. I would not disagree with that. I do think the board should look at a loss of bigger enrollment with that. And with that conversation, we will come back to this, but we are going to take a 10-minute recess. We're going to let administration get some things lined out for the board and have ourselves a restroom break, and then we will be back. Thank you to the listening public who is hanging in there with us. And we are back from recess. Administration, while we were at recess, took some time to prepare information for the board, items that we had for consensus and such. So I will, at this time, turn it over to Dr. Minor.
Excellent, thank you. Yeah, I think Michelle's computer will connect here to balancing act. So the items that there were consensus around, elementary PTR set at 25 had 4 board member support. 6th through 8th grade PTR set at 30.5 had 4 board members support. Best satellite options, at least 4 board members support. Curriculum cut to 270,000. 3 members. Zeroing out laptops had 5 board members in support, and Barnett Magnet, the PTR cut there, or the additional teacher allocation, had 4 board members in support. So we've made those changes within Balancing Act, and can put that up on the screen, and then that'll show what the current deficit is that the board will need to.
So should board members refresh their balancing acts if they'd like to see it?
No, it's
Okay.
not set as the baseline. This is just for
Okay.
visual purposes.
Thank you, Dr. Minor. Mrs. Hardy?
Are we going to discuss any of those proposed changes at the meeting tomorrow? Should we have that discussion today? Like, there was points where board members raised things, but we didn't debate it. Are we wanting to talk about some of those, like the Barnett, we haven't really discussed? Or should we save that for the dais?
I would like to have the discussion tonight so we could get the brunt of it out of the way. Makes the next couple nights a little easier for us. Not that it'll be easy, but a little easier. So yes, I would like to have discussions around what is being brought forward and around those items. Yes, Mrs. Hardy, thank you for that question. Mrs. Julian?
I just would like, Dr. Meinert, if you can repeat all of that again so that we can all take notes.
Yes, sorry, I'll go slower. Elementary PTR at 25. 6th through 8th grade PTR 30.5. Best satellite options for both Two Rivers and Midnight Sun. Curriculum, the cut of 270,000. Zeroing out the laptops. And the Barnett Magnet reduction of 2.5.
Thank you, Dr. Minor. Mrs. Hardy?
Could we have administration just talk a little bit about what the zeroing out laptops, curriculum cuts, and I think we know the magnet reduction, but some of those things so that we have their stance and position and the effect?
Yeah, Dr. Minor, if you want to kind of just orchestrate how we do this.
We'll start with Mr. DeGraw talking about laptops, and then we'll hand it over to Mr. Beam to talk about the curriculum reductions.
Yeah, so specifically to the laptops, as I mentioned earlier, they're completing their 2nd year, so they're about halfway through a normal lifespan of 4 years. That total bill for replacement in another couple of years will approach $2 million. Certainly, we can extend from 4 years to 5 years, but the fail rate will consistently increase, and that will cause problems and delays in service for educators in the trenches. So, 4 years is, I think, best practice, a model that we've followed, a replacement cycle. And again, it'll be about a $2 million bill in a couple of years to do a regular replacement. That can, and so in essence, what we're doing is we're just, we've used the term kicking the can in the past. We're kicking the can, and there's going to be a balloon payment that will come due at some point. And so at that point, we won't be able to, there's no retreat, there's no escape at that point. We have to do it. And so we have to spend we have a $2 million bill that we'll have to find the money somewhere for, or we have educators with laptops crashing all over our district.
As far as textbooks, just to give kind of an overview, especially for the folks who are newer to the board. 4 years ago, my first year here, the textbook budget was $900,000. My second year, it was $500,000. My third year, it was $500,000, and last year was $215,000. So while it looks on balancing act like we're getting a big increase up to bring us up to 500,000. Reality is that's about half of what we have gotten traditionally. We have made do with that for the last 3 years by postponing purchasing materials. If we were to get the 500,000, I think it's at 500,000 now. 540. If we were to get that, most, if not all of that, would be used to purchase things that we didn't purchase the last few years. It would be that, and it would be subscriptions that are running out. So nowadays, so when we went to school and a school district could purchase textbooks, if the textbooks were 10 years old, they were still textbooks, and you could still use them. Today, it is very difficult to purchase textbooks that don't come along with the online digital materials. So even though at the end of a 6-year cycle, we still have the textbooks, the teachers and the students no longer have the digital tools that go along with them. And today's teachers, a lot of those folks use those digital tools quite a bit. So we lose that. So if we were to be fortunate enough to keep that for 500,000, we would be catching up on old things and making sure that we keep digital access. I don't know, honestly, that we would be able to purchase anything that we were looking at this year. And honestly, we're not looking at any, we're looking at one science thing this year that we'll bring to the board later on, but that's it. We just want to catch up on everything. I will say this, and we've talked about this previously. While these last couple of years we were able to make do with things, it's because we're in the cycle of this year, world language and music and art, which those materials, there aren't a lot of materials that we would buy. Upcoming is going to be math and language arts the next couple of years. Those are big ticket items. So that's going to be the last one for math. If Mr. DeGraw can verify for me, was about $1.5 million that was split over 2 years, I think, or something like that. Because my first year was the second year of that. Those are going to be big dollars in the future.
Thank you, Mr. DeGraw, and thank you, Mr. Beam. Any other questions from the board on these items? Oh, yeah, that's right. Mr. Burgess, sorry, I did have you in the queue.
Okay, thank you. Just on the question of the laptops, I believe when we were having a similar discussion during last year's budget cycle, we heard that there was in addition to the challenges that Mr. DeGraw outlined in terms of those machines basically stopping, having problems. I think another thing that we heard was that there's potential security risks because of the when we can't update software anymore. So for those machines that are already getting kind of old, is that one of the concerns here on the table?
Yes. So I'm not 100% sure that at the 4-year mark that'll immediately start to occur, but eventually the longer you go, yes, updates and eventually support gets turned off for certain, but I'm not sure when that kicks in. We don't have our technology director here today, but yes, that the longer you prolong the replacement, those issues pop up and become bigger issues.
Okay, quick follow-up.
Yes.
Just when we're, and I know Mr. DeGraw is not an IT person per se, but if you can answer, do potential security risks open up, and do they represent a potential financial loss to the district?
Yes, the longer you delay replacement, they do become bigger issues, and that would represent a financial liability, potential financial liability to the district.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Thank you, Mr. DeGraw. Mrs. Hardy.
Similar lines to catch you up with a question we asked earlier around that same thing. This is to rebuild our technology replacement fund. So currently, all educators have a new laptop as of last year, so they're entering their second year. So that's not a concern at this moment. It would become a concern like it was last year when they start reaching their usable end of life. But for right now, everybody has a new-ish laptop similar to what the board received, which is why I'm more comfortable with zeroing that out, knowing that it's putting future boards incurring a deficit, because at some point you will have to pay for laptop replacements. But is that a can we can kick this year versus going back to curriculum? I'm less likely to do that one because we've kicked that can so many times at this point. It sounds like it shouldn't be kicked much farther.
Thank you, Mrs. Hardy. Mr. Dorn.
A couple of questions. Could you tell me how much is currently in the laptop replacement fund or the technology replacement fund?
It's a 0.
So I understand moving forward and putting something in. So I could support some into it. The 250 is what's in my mind. It's over 4 years. We keep adding to it, but not the full proposed amount. With the curriculum, I would still hold with the reduction, but both of those things I would make sure is on our add back list. Again, there are multiple things that are important and priorities for us. So when we get to that point, and then I do want to come back to, we were still in the middle of the conversation regarding schools when we took the recess, and I wanted to come back to that. I think that it does behoove us well to have a fully informed conversation. What I'm concerned about is we're pitting groups of people against other groups of people within our community, and I think that becomes very divisive for us as a district and non-productive, and that's why I advocate for a problem-solving approach to it. I do think we need to get an answer from the state. They have shown, the administration has shown that they can turn to the Attorney General and get a decision or a legal opinion, not a decision, but a legal opinion from the Attorney General within days, if not hours. And we've been impacted by that in the past, and there are broader issues beyond education that the Attorney General has been able to do. They should be able to give us a clear-cut written response, because that is very important in terms of looking at maybe how we can problem solve this in a productive and cost responsible manner, rather than getting backed into something that may cost us a lot more division within our community. And so I think we really need to push for that answer from the state, and that we have to factor these into our budget discussions.
Thank you, Mr. Dorn. Mr. Dooley, or Mrs. Julian.
Yeah, to Mr., if I may speak to Mr. Dorn's point, I don't agree that we are pitting people against each other. I think that we have a finite amount of money and also a finite amount of time. And I also believe that we have policy. I don't believe that. We have policy. We have a policy in place. And it is our duty to follow policy that we put in place. So I have a question. I'm curious about, Mr. Dorn, you've said now you have a problem-solving approach, and I think that all of us are bringing that approach to this. I'm curious what you're talking about. I want to dig into that a little bit more, because I feel like you have more to say that might help this conversation or add to the conversation, if I may ask for more information around that.
Mr. Dorn?
Sure, and it's along the same lines as I mentioned earlier. Um, If we look only at the two options that are basically in the Balancing Act right now, it's an either-or situation. You think that there is room, and our community has put forth, members of our community have put forth the room for options and to look at options so that we can take the build upon the positive energies that have come forth from our community to work with us in partnership, focused on kids and the possibilities that has for our district on a broader basis, and that's where I'm looking for um, that consideration for more options than just an either or. As it is right now, we're only looking at either ors. And I think there's room in there for something that can come productive. It's been mentioned, people who have they firmly believe in the concepts behind the charter school, not necessarily that it has to be a charter school. There are pros and cons to that. We've decided to close a neighborhood school. There were pros and cons to that. We came to a decision, but there are factors that are within that. But we also have, I think, some room in between. Does it cost money? Yes. All of the three things or four things or five things probably will cost money, but I think we can maybe, my concern is we are getting kind of a divide that I'm just hopeful we could bridge and maybe look at some options within that. I don't know what the end result will be, but we really haven't had that. It's been either this or that, and there are implications that are, but there are direct budget implications that I'm concerned about. Does that make sense?
Mrs. Julian?
Yes, through the chair. I would say that there are I feel like we can have that conversation, and we would have that conversation on our timeline that's in our policy. That not having that conversation now isn't a no, and I want to be clear on that. It's not a no. It's a not right now. We don't have the capacity right now to have that conversation fully. I do agree that we need to innovate. We need to work with a community that wants to see different options. And I've also taken a lot of steps to meet with people from the APC of that specific charter school, and have had really good conversations, really hearty conversations around different assumptions that they're building into their charter model, as well as that they had assumed that I had thought about the vote that I was making, the vote that I made. So I agree that there's time for that, but I also don't think that us not having that full-fledged conversation right now is prohibitive to us ever having that conversation. We have a timeline and a place and a process to have that conversation, and I am very supportive of having that conversation. But right now, I feel like the question right now is, do we add that into the budget? And that's the guardrail conversation the question that I'm trying to address. The broader conversation around innovation, increasing enrollment in our district, advertising our neighborhood schools and the great things that they're doing, like Lathrop High School right now and their statewide recognition that they just got for STEAM. These are things that don't just need to live right here. And I feel like the question is, are we as a board going to budget right now for an additional school or additional schools? And I feel like that's the question that's being put forth, not are we supportive or not supportive of that in the future, but are we going to budget right now for next fiscal year? That's the question that's in front of us.
Thank you, Mrs. Julian. Mr. Burgess.
Thank you. I think we've had this conversation. I think we've had it 5 or 6 times now. I mean, let's just count the work sessions. That's how many times we've had this conversation. It's taking up all of the air in the room. We had this conversation when back in January. We started in December, really. We were talking about a Pearl Creek magnet model in January. The board went a different way, not because we didn't see the value of what these community members did, what they were trying to do, not because we don't appreciate the innovation, but because we had a lot of factors to consider. The board made their decision. Not everyone agreed, not every board member agreed, but we made a decision. And I would appreciate it if board members would respect that decision and move forward. If we are talking about, and to be clear, I would strongly prefer, if we're going to reopen Pearl Creek, that we do it as a magnet model rather than a charter. If it comes down to that choice, that is what I would prefer. But it still represents a cost either way that would affect the rest of the district. It's also not fair to the other schools that we decided to close to go back and reopen a particular school because they happen to be able to be the loudest voices in the room. When we talk about things like a loss of students because of the closure of a particular school, we're having that conversation in isolation about that one school. Pearl Creek folks got some survey data, suggested that many of their families would leave the district because of the school closure. Okay. Repeat that survey at any other school, I would wager that we would get similar results. Repeat that survey district-wide for increasing class sizes. Again, I think we would get similar results. We would see people saying that they would leave the district. Then do we, when we're talking about filling out a survey, that's an emotional moment that people are having. Are we sure that they're going to follow through on that in the end? Whether that's a survey to attend a school or to leave the district, it's just difficult to trust that kind of data. And I just, I mean, what are, I'm just trying to say that I hear the discussion about divisiveness, right? And the concerns that this is causing division. Okay. We can put that on ourselves if we want, But we have choices to make. They're difficult choices. Nobody's going to be, we cannot make people happy with the choices that we have in front of us. There will always be people who don't agree with our decisions because these are horrible decisions that we have to make. And that's the state that's doing that to us, and the borough. That's our funding sources. We have to balance our budget. I understand why people would get upset, why they might see themselves as adversaries to us now or see us as their adversary. I get it, but that's not what we're doing. We are not encouraging divisiveness. We are making tough decisions because we have to make them. And reversing a decision that we've already made in order to avoid a potentially worse outcome, or budgeting for something that we don't actually think is a good idea because we anticipate someone forcing that on us, I don't think is a responsible way to proceed. We should be making the decisions that we think are the most responsible and the best for all of the students in the district as a whole. That's what I've been trying to do. People might disagree, might think I've gotten it wrong. That's fine. But I don't think that we are the source of the divisiveness just because we have to make decisions that none of us like.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Miss Maple.
I would like to echo what Mr. Burgess said, that I believe that we've had this conversation. I think that we've had it several times and voted on it at least once. And I, you know, based off just what we're seeing this evening, it seems pretty clear to me that there is some consensus around moving forward with designing a budget that does not include adding a school back in. And so I feel like, correct me if I'm wrong, one of the last conversations that we had where it did seem like there was some consensus was deciding on what sort of an enrollment change we would like to kind of plan for as we figure out what we want to start with tomorrow. And in looking at it, I don't know, the projected enrollment that we started at was the 1.5% decrease. And I see that the next one up is a 2.5% decrease. And I'm wondering if it is, if there would be any other interest in splitting that down the middle in considering a slightly larger enrollment decrease without it having $1 million price tag. Or if that's the more appropriate, just jumping to the 2.5 if we want to say there might be more loss, then so be it.
Mr. DeGraw?
Yeah, so we can run whatever scenario the board would like, and just noting that right now we have baked into the cake 179 student decline already. And yeah, the next one is an additional 116 student decline. I think each of those next two are incremental 116 student declines, going from 2.5 or from 1.5 to 2.5 and then 3.5. So yeah, I can run whatever scenario. If we split the difference, then I could, it's going to be roughly half of that between 0 and 950, so 475-ish in that range if we split the difference.
Thank you, Mr. DeGraw. And yes, I am going to put myself in and say I agree with Ms. Maple. We have had this conversation and the conversation doesn't go away. This is a larger conversation that will come up again. But as of now, with our budget, there is consensus, and there has been consensus for many meetings now on not adding a large school or medium school into our budget at this time for this specific budget. And so I would like to honor that, what Ms. Maple has brought forward, and move the discussion into projected enrollment. And seeing where the consensus would be for a decrease in enrollment, I do agree that we will see more than maybe 150. I would maybe like to see that at, like, instead of 2.5, 2.0. see what that looks like. As I do think that there will be a loss. I think it would be very detrimental of us to not project that we would lose a little bit more than that. Mrs. Julian. And then, oh, sorry, I had Mrs. Hardy and then you, Miss Julian.
I'd like to echo the support to possibly have it be, 2%, 2.5. I don't actually think it'll go up to 3, but having that built in there. And then I do want to say that, choose my words more carefully than to say that board members are belaboring the point or refusing to accept the will of the board is patently false, especially if you're referring to me. I absolutely have accepted the will of the board. I have not once asked to reconsider or spoken to people as if it was. And that this is part of the budget work that we need to assume, and listening to our community, that there might be a loss in students or planning for what could happen. Like, that's good budgeting. That's looking at things and predicting things and making sure that we're not caught off guard. And I don't believe that any board member here is trying to belabor a point. In my own case, it was simply that we should account for a loss of enrollment. And I would say that this is not an emotional thing. This is a dollars and cents thing, and we can all have our feelings about what a charter school could mean, what neighborhood schools, and I guarantee most of you have no idea what my actual feelings on the subject are. And it's getting really hard to maintain composure when other board members are becoming emotional and inserting statements about board members without having those conversations. So I'd like for us all to remember, as we have been told multiple times, that we're all coming at this with positive intent and trying to just make the best decisions for our community. And it's not belaboring. This is the place to have that conversation. We were hearing new information, and it is okay to discuss that.
Thank you, Mrs. Hardy. I will back those comments and put support behind that. Let's try to remember here as a board that we are all doing this. We are all here for our students. We all are trying our best at this budget process. So let's try not to hammer on board members and be disrespectful. We have done a very good job tonight, Mrs. Hardy. I really appreciate everything you have brought forward tonight. It has been very beneficial to the meeting. And so thank you very much for all of that tonight. And with that, Mrs. Julian.
Okay, thank you so much. I'd like to, let's hone back in now. We're talking about predictions. I put forth a proposal that was based on data, based on what other, and everybody says, wait a second, let's not project vacancy rates at 1% because we can't bet against ourselves, okay? We have been put forth in front of us, and we just a couple minutes ago, or maybe more than that, like an hour or two ago, made a consensus that we would agree on projecting an enrollment decline of 1.5%, which is a data-informed recommendation from the administration based on historical numbers. Okay? Let's root ourselves in that, because that's what we're all talking about right now. Okay? If we are going to suggest, now we had a decrease in enrollment this year based on actions from this board to remove certain aspects around correspondence, out of district correspondence using, so anyway, and that was a good decision because now there's a statewide lawsuit against that and we're not a part of that. That decreased our enrollment dramatically and we dipped into fund balance. Now we have a projected fund balance going into next year of between $8 and $10 million, okay? $8 and $10 million. We still have that project, let's say it's just 8, okay? Let's root ourselves in the data. We used fund balance this year to balance the increased decline in enrollment. Now, at the same time that we have this community that's saying, I might pull my kid out, we are making 2 strategic investments in our largest growing academic area, which is correspondence programs. That is in our best homeschooling. We are placing 2 satellite centers, one into potentially. We have consensus around that actually. We are placing 2 satellite centers, one in North Pole and one in Two Rivers. That is a moneymaker for our district, for all districts. Correspondence programs, whether we like it or not, are a moneymaker. I think that it is within reason to stick with a 1.5% decrease, knowing that we are making strategic investments in an area where we could gain students back relatively quickly. Now, I think it's a bigger leap to say, to go from a neighborhood school attendance to homeschooling out of district, and that's what we're talking about, versus we're standing up competitive homeschooling facilities in areas that we know have high concentrations and giving them something that is competitive to those other programs that are out of district. So I do not think, I would recommend that we do not shoot ourselves any more in the foot by projecting even a 2% decrease in enrollment from 1.5% and have to take that cut again on this side. I think that I would be very hesitant to recommend that we increase that projection at all. That would shoot us in the foot. And when we say that, it means that we are taking any unnecessary cuts. And when we're looking at those levers that we have to pull, it's most likely firing teachers and increasing class sizes. And right now, we're not even to a consensus where we're looking at decreasing PTR in high school, which we know, which Ms. Gillum has said, will impact the educational opportunities for our high school students. We have potentially fund balance moving forward. We have about 8 million, and that's our conservative projection, that will cover us if we have a projected enrollment decline or an actual enrollment decline of more than 179 students. That 179 is a data-informed number, and I would recommend that we stick with that.
Thank you, Mrs. Julian. Mr. Doran.
For my information, could you explain the best satellites and those cost increases? I'm assuming that is just for the physical facility, the utilities, et cetera there.
Mr. DeGraw.
Yeah, so that's precisely it, Mr. Doran. Yeah, it's the physical facilities in Two Rivers and Midnight Sun. It also is a 1.0 FTE education specialist to serve the best students in those areas.
So it's adding 2 teachers, 2 ed specialists.
That's correct.
Follow up, Mr. Doran.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to pencil out. So if you take the North Pole location, whether it be at Midnight Sun or another place, that seems to be low.
I can speak to that. Yes. So we're already assuming that Midnight Sun building will remain open and will be repurposed. And so that is only the cost of the additional FTE. The increased cost at Two Rivers is that the assumption was that that building would be handed back to the borough at some point. And so we were not assuming utility costs going forward. So that's why it's an additional cost there, is the utilities for the Two Rivers site. It's an FTE cost plus utilities to keep the building open.
follow up.
Mr. Dorn?
So on the Midnight Sun, the cost savings on that already took out and accounted for that we were paying for utilities for that.
Correct.
Okay. And so this would give 8 FTE ed specialists to best with a population under 800. So our student PTR would be quite low compared to secondary. Am I correct?
71. So it sounds like current enrollment's right around 900. And so again, to Ms.
Okay.
Dooley,
But eight people. So much lower than our secondary student load. Am I correct? Because our secondary would have more like 150
yeah, it would be lower than that.
range.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Questions from the board? Any other suggestions from the board for the budget? Mrs. Hardy?
It's one that I had forgotten to mention earlier, and it comes out of response to some emails we've gotten around SALCHA. And it's more of a question to start off with. So they're currently staffed. I went back and found the emails you sent us with great graphics to have a special education paraprofessional with having somebody case manage. And I've experienced that for my own children because Boreal Sun had that model last year. So I know the pros and cons intimately. My question is, what would be the budget? I think I know, between instead of having it staffed as a paraprofessional, having that staffed as a certified special education teacher. How much does that increase the budget?
Mr. DeGraw?
Yeah, roughly 60 to 70,000 is the difference.
So I would like to have, given their remoteness and all of that, a proposal that we change the special education paraprofessional. And I know Ms. Hall isn't here to speak to this, so like maybe we can bring it up tomorrow. But in there, have that 60,000 increase to give SALCHA a certified special education teacher. They currently have one, so we know that they'd be able to hire one, and that person also runs a lot of their athletics, which is integral to their model. Having experienced it, it worked out okay, but lots of balls get dropped. IEP meetings, you have oftentimes people who have never met the student in a meeting talking about it, and the paraprofessionals generally aren't invited to those meetings because they're delivering services. And it's just, as a certified special education teacher, I personally believe those students would be better served without a paraprofessional and having a certified special education teacher at the school.
Thank you, Mrs. Hardy. Before I go to Mrs. Julian, I'm going to throw support behind that. We've gotten multiple emails about SALCHA, including from Mr. Hoy, Mr. Hoy, if you're listening, I hope you're feeling better. So I would throw support behind that and like to see that in that as well, so we could just see what that looks like and have that conversation tomorrow. We will go to Ms. Julian and then to Mr. Burgess.
Thank you. I'm going to support that too. That was the thing that I'd like to see added back in. So the FTE SPED certified teacher at SALCHA. Thank you.
Mr. Burgess.
I wanted to throw my support behind that idea as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Any other topics for consideration tonight? It's about 6:21. We have about an hour or so before we're looking at ending. I would like to make sure that we cover every basis we can possible before we get into this tomorrow night. Mrs. Julian.
Thank you. Since through the chair to the administration, I'd like to hear a little bit more about the impacts to high school should we choose to keep PTR at the recommended proposed 33.5 versus what it currently is at 31 or even at 32.
Looks like that'll be Mrs. Gillum. Got to share with Mrs. LaPlante.
So I spoke before about the impacts to potentially advanced placement classes. The other impact I would see, in schools are working through schedules right now. So I meet with high school principals tomorrow. So my plan was to speak with them more of where they saw potentially some other cuts coming from that. The other area would be there's sometimes opportunities where schools are able to offer smaller intervention classes. So for a couple of years now, we've been able to offer a reading intervention class for students. We've also been able to offer some success skills classes for students who are maybe struggling and would be at that lower PTR. So that's the other place where I would anticipate that we would likely see potentially some additional cutbacks in terms of it. Most schools are, to raise the PTR that much, I think schools are looking at between a reduction of 3-ish teachers across the board at all the high schools. So that's kind of looking at, maybe 1 teacher per department. So it could also look like a reduction in the number of electives that they're able to offer. So maybe before they were able to offer, 4 different English electives, they might have to reduce that down to maybe 2 or 3 different English electives that they're able to offer students, or also look at a rotating schedule. So maybe, I know in the past, especially with AP classes, but then also with elective classes, it would be on a rotating schedule. So this year we'll offer AP Lit, next year we'll offer AP Lang, and so you would have a mixed grade level student cohort in those classes, both juniors and seniors at the same time. Same thing with, you might have to plan in advance for if you want to take Holocaust literature as one of our English electives, so that might be on a rotating basis as well. So I'll know a little bit more tomorrow, but again, the big idea is it decreases the diversity of classes that we're able to offer students.
Thank you, Ms. Gillum. Mr. Doran.
The fees, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so they basically, or it's basically a wash as far as that goes. But what my concern is while North Pole Middle has more recently been able to have a swim teacher and the support that they needed, Ryan has not. And actually why it was dropped at Ryan was because they were not able to get the staff. So my question is in terms of flexibility. So if we have it in the budget, I think it's good for them to be able to see whether that will work as an opportunity for kids. But if they can't staff that, that they might be able to use that, be given permission to use that for an instructional aid. I'm particularly thinking of what they've been doing in their literacy piece, and with other potential cutbacks that would make a difference. I guess first effort understanding would be do they have a swim teacher, therefore the aid, or if not, if that's not feasible, that they still have that position, then they could repurpose it for.
Yeah, I'd be incredibly supportive of that idea. I think we would recruit for that position, and then, midsummer, if we're finding that we're not able to recruit for that position, then we would work with the principal to decide what position we would want to recruit for, and then transition that recruitment effort. So if the board's okay with giving administration that flexibility, we'd appreciate it, because we have had challenges in the past recruiting for that specific position.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Meinert. Thank you, Mr. Dorn. Any other questions for administration? Ms. Julian.
I think that we still need some clarification around the revenue, I'm sorry, the cost under charter schools under supplemental charter revenue funding. And we've talked a lot about this. Are we assuming in our budget that the 680 is within the BSA? And if so, should we, as a consensus, should that be a $0 additional funding for charter schools in this budget? Or should it be 680 BSA equivalent funding through foundation formula? I'm unclear as to which one we need to select. And I think that we need to have clarity around that, because it's between $0 and $520,000.
Mr. DeGraw?
So yeah, Ms. Julian, it would be the top line, the top item, 680 BSA equivalent funding through the foundation formula would be the button to click.
Okay, so that's
That'll, and
that's
that
the consensus?
eliminates, well, that's it. That's the consensus based on the assumption that we're going to get a permanent BSA increase this legislative cycle. That's important. I guess I'm in the minority, but at this point, my recommendation to the board is to not assume there's going to be a permanent BSA increase. But
Mrs. Hardy?
I think in this case, assuming that it's within the BSA is the more conservative estimate because it says that we're expending $500,000, where if we don't click that, we're giving ourselves $500,000 to spend. It's the one that's counterintuitive. So I would suggest, because otherwise, if it is within the BSA and it is just a 680, we're going to have a $500,000 hole in our budget. And that's why I'm suggesting keeping it. If it isn't within the BSA and we've done that, the board can then reconsider and say, do we give charters the full amount? That's still our vote. Or do we say no, like was in the proposed budget, we only give them half of the money within the BSA. This doesn't mean we have to give it to charters, and I would have that conversation later. Like I said before, when it was proposed, I am supportive of the cut and that things should be in the BSA, and it puts pressure on legislators to do it correctly. But I don't want us to assume something and end up having a huge hole in our budget.
Agreed, Mrs. Hardy. Ms. Julian?
Can I just ask for clarification through the chair to Mrs. Hardy? So are you suggesting that with what Mr. DeGraw suggested, we select the 680 BSA equivalent?
By clicking that, we're saying that we are passing on all the funding to charters as if the 680 is through a BSA increase. In state statute, we do not have to provide our charters any outside of the BSA funding. So that is us saying that's what we're going to do. It's what we did last year. The year before that, we didn't. That's a board decision if it's outside the BSA. But for our budgeting purposes, I would recommend clicking that because it's a more conservative estimate. And if it does come through the BSA, then we're covered. If it doesn't, the board gets to come back and reconsider and say, how much do we want to actually give the charters?
Ms. Julian, follow up?
Yeah, follow up to the administration. Wasn't it part of your conversation though with the charter schools that you were, if it didn't happen within the BSA, that they should only expect half?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so if we were following what the conversation that you already had with charters, it would be selecting the default, which is 340.
That's correct, and that's what was in the proposed budget.
Okay, I feel like there was a lot of conversation around that, and I just wanted to
So
claim clarity.
what we did a couple years ago was, so we saw the money outside the BSA and we were in a budget situation like now, and we decided to give them half of what they would normally get. So we cut it in half and we gave that over like the BSA. Last year, we gave them their BSA funding. Clicking that we're saying that if you put this in the BSA, we're going to give them their full funding. They're going to get the $520,000. And then when that comes through, so we'll still have to go through and reapprove this again one more time to have a finalized budget. And when we come at that point, we should have an answer on whether or not that 680 will be inside or outside the BSA. And if it's outside the BSA at that time, we can come back and say, okay, we're going to cut this down to the 340, and that's what we're going to give over since we didn't have it inside as a permanent increase. So that's what we're talking about here.
Yeah, I understand that. So should we, based on that this recommendation happened, over a month ago, and the conversations that have happened at the legislative level through the chair to the administration, would the recommendation change? So would the recommendation now be from the administration to go to that 680, or would the recommendation remain at the proposed budget?
Dr. Minor?
I mean, I think it's a great question, and I'm not sure I have an answer other than what was in the proposed budget. I think we're assuming a lot of things in this recommended budget, and we'll certainly have a lot more clarity come approved. And so at the end of the day, knowing that that's going to be on the table of probably of conversation regardless when it comes up for approved budget, it just depends on what kind of approach we want to take on the budget. Do we want to have a more conservative approach and assume that 680, or gamble a little bit in terms of if we didn't, get that full 680 within the BSA, then we'd be looking for additional places to get that money. So.
Thank you, Dr. Minor. Did you have a follow-up, Ms. Julian?
Yeah, just to follow up to that then. So, but what's not right in here, but what we're going to add is what I heard is that we're going to add going up to that 8%.
That's correct.
And that is about 375. So, okay.
So that could soften that a bit
That
if
does
that
soften it.
all kind of
Yeah.
passes as a package.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Julian. We're going to go to Mrs. Hardy, and then we have Mr. Dorn, and then we have Mr. Burgess.
So I think the tool is forcing us into a choice that maybe we don't even necessarily have to make. If we all feel comfortable that it's going to be 680, inside, outside, we don't know. Can we add an option instead to take 520 and put it in the fund balance so that it's in reserve, and then we can choose to do what was there? It still adds the pressure on the legislature because we're saying we're only going to give half, because we can assume it's outside, but so that we don't get tempted to spend $520,000 on things when it could end up being a hole in our budget.
I would support that recommendation.
Thank you, Mrs. Hardy. We will go to Mr. Dorn.
Please refresh my memory. Those one-time funding, which in the past we have not included, or we've given a portion of to the charter schools. Last year's one-time funding, the intent of the legislators and the governor was that it would be distributed to the charter schools as if it was in the BSA. Am I correct on that? So we gave them the 680.
I think that might have been the communicated intent, but that's not what's currently in state statute.
Okay, so what did we do this year? Remind me what we did this year.
We passed it on like it was within the BSA.
Okay, because that was the communicated intent.
That's correct. Or that's what the board chose, to do.
So if that is, okay, that's helpful because I'm looking at whether I would assume the same communication would come from the legislature.
Can I comment on that?
Yeah, of course.
Which is possible. I do think that the legislature is, they understand what the statute says. There's actually an active bill right now that looks to potentially close that loop. So legislators do understand that districts have the autonomy to allocate funding that's outside of the BSA to charter schools in a way that they see fit.
And follow up, could you give us an update as your best reading of HB 69 as current? There is extra funding for charter schools, correspondence, things like that. So what is the financial impacts of that for our district?
We can total that entirety up for the school board. I don't know that number off the top of my head,
Okay.
But we can definitely get that to you.
Great, thanks. And that's fine.
Mr. Burgess and then Mrs. Hardy.
I think maybe the conversation has moved beyond the suggestion that I was going to make, but I was, with respect to the just determining how much to give charter schools, I was going to suggest that we could include the 680 or an additional funding to charter schools in the resolution that we're looking at for add backs, so that we can kind of, again, illustrate the difference between different options that the legislature has in front of them.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Mrs. Hardy.
Dr. Minor covered it. It was just to point out that there is an active bill to close that loophole, so the legislature could do that if they wanted to. It's already been introduced by Representative Carrick. And
Thank you, Mrs. Hardy. Anything further from the board? Mr. Burgess.
As a general comment that I just want to say I do appreciate all my board members and the ideas that we have, and these are tough conversations. I recognize that each of us at times has expressed frustration or other emotions throughout our tenure on the board, and I want to just acknowledge that that I'm included in that recently, especially, and I do just want to say that at the end of the day, I am very much aware that everyone in this room, board members, administration included, is really trying to look out for our students and our community to in the best way that we know how. So I want to say I apologize if any of my comments or the emotion that you can probably read in my voice sometimes has offended anybody. I certainly do not intend to divide this team. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. It's been a lot of work and it's been a lot of hard work, and everybody on this board has done a really good job, and it's been at the detriment of our livelihoods. And so just thank you, board. I agree with those comments. So we have the next 2 days of conversation and votes slated for us. 1 second, Mr. Dorn, I will get right to you. I would like to look at starting to wrap this up so that we can pay full attention to what we have in the coming days here with our budget. So if board members have any last things that they would like to throw in, if last minute considerations, now would be the time to get those out so that we may be out of here by 7:30. And first we have Mr. Dorn, then I see Miss Julian, then I see Miss Carol Hubbard.
I read your mind. So requests that would be helpful. I know the administration like the latitude to look at a dollar figure, but you know, if we go to $1 million, cut an administration, I'd like to, I think it would be helpful, I would like anyway, and if other board members would, to have some sense of what that impact is, you know, the specific positions that, you know, we don't need. I mean, you'll need time to look at that, but I think it is important to know if I support a $1 million cut, you know, 2 positions for instance, that I'm very interested in, but the big picture is helpful what that ramification is. So to the extent that you can, if so, that would be helpful.
Yes, I actually agree with that. Thank you, Mr. Dorn. Miss Julian.
I have 2 questions. I'll ask one and you can put me back in the queue. I just want some, through the chair to administration, what would be the impacts of our high school counselors? So we're looking at reducing by 2.5 FTE, and that's in the proposed budget. What does that actually look like? And how does that impact our students?
Miss Gillum.
So that looks like 1 full-time counselor at West Valley, 1 full-time counselor at Lathrop, and a half-time or a 0.5 unfilled position at North Pole High. That takes all 3 schools to a total of 3 counselors. And I'm going to have to go back to my notes. I think when I looked back before when I did the calculations, the last time we did a counselor cut, our ratio of counselors to students had gotten to the point that we're at about right now, and this will bring it back to that. And I can look for those numbers and send them to Dr. Meinert again to share with you.
Can I ask a follow-up? When our students are going to counselors, what are some of the things in high school that they're, to the extent that you're able to share, that they're supported with? Like, is it helping them pick out post-secondary schools, that type of activity as well? I think that's maybe oftentimes not thought about? Yeah.
Yeah, so their primary purpose of really is being an academic counselor, so supporting students through choosing their pathway through high school. So looking at what are the courses that they want to take over their 4 years in high school, and then also how does that set them up for success beyond high school. So they're looking at a variety of different things. What are career interests for students? They'll often do grade level instruction. So our middle school counselors right now are doing some career explorations. Our high school counselors do that with ninth graders. And then in 10th grade, they often do a specific career research project through their English classes. So thinking about that. They're also looking at qualification for the Alaska Performance Scholarship. So every counselor meets with every student within their alphabet usually at least once a year and does what's called a PLCP, a personal learning and career planning document to really specifically look at what are the opportunities available to you during their time here, how can we help you best meet those career goals. So that's what they're primary working on. Of course, our students also come with social emotional needs as well, so they also support students through social emotional issues that they may have or help them with resources that are available to them. We do also have some social service managers that are available to support students with those needs as well.
Thank you, Ms. Gillum. I'm sorry, I lost my track. Sorry, Miss Carol Hubbard.
Thank you. I just wanted to go back to the BSA for the charter school and just put my support in to the possibility of moving in case they do include the 680 in the BSA as a permanent move or permanent funding, that we would put that 520 into a fund balance in case it does get funded, so that it just doesn't disappear on us, but quite possibly put it into curriculum, because we're kind of falling behind on that area, so that might be a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carol Hubbard. Ms. Dullian, you had another question?
I do. I want to ask a little bit more through the chair to the administration about a few board members brought up reduction of activities funding. And I just wanted to know a little bit more about the implications of that and what that actually means in practice.
Yeah, I can start, and then if Ms. Gillum wants to add on to that, depending on the amount of reductions, we would need to look at reducing specific activities. There's no more room within the budget to just lessen the amount that we allocate to the existing activities that we already have. So we have contractual agreements with our unions that set the dollar amount that we pay for coaches. And so essentially the amount that we allocate at the board level for district activities pays for coaching stipends, officials, and limited uniforms. Those are like the three things. And so there isn't any more kind of buffer not to impact specific activities that we would offer students. So if the board wanted to reduce activities by a specific dollar amount, we would need to go back and take a look at what our offerings are. And then, we would probably have broader conversations with the board and follow up board meetings in a report to say, here's what our recommendations would be of the activities that we would cut. Keeping in mind Title IX is an important part of the activity picture that we have, and so it would need to be equitable in terms of the cuts that we were making to activities. A lot of times people just call out specific activities or sports and say, we'll just cut all of those, but we are guided by Title IX regulations, and so we would keep that in mind as well as we were balancing out what those cuts would look like for activities for our students.
If I may, Dr. Miner, so first, activities is not just sports, it's everything. Anything that falls under activities, it's not just basketball and football and all that. So 4 years ago, there was a board in charge who cut hockey. Not that this is a play to get it back, because I know there are people out there that will go, oh, here she goes. My question to you is that decision to cut hockey, which was a huge decision, and I pay an exuberant amount of money for my child to still play that sport because it's there. How did that work out, and what did that look like when the board did that move? Do you remember?
So I remember a little bit.
I know I'm asking a lot.
Yeah, there was a specific dollar amount that the board was talking about. I think it was Dr. Gaborik at that point in time had done kind of an overview of the activities. And hockey was one of those that we knew was a high cost for the district. And so they laid that out before the board and said, this would be our recommendation for the sport to cut. You save X amount of dollars, which was a considerable amount of dollars at that point in time. And so I believe the board acted upon that. And then, we worked through the outsourcing process after that.
And with that, may I ask, so hockey, while cut, was still kept under the banner of the high schools. And so there is still hockey. So, like there's still West Valley hockey, there's Lathrop hockey, there's North Pole hockey. How was the district able to keep that sport underneath the banner without it being charged to the district?
So there's a couple different layers to it. ASA needed to continue to recognize our hockey programs as a part of their activities association. Not all of the activities that we're talking about budgeting for fall within ASA. So if it's outside of that, you don't have to worry about that concern necessarily. And then working with, are there interested parent groups or booster clubs that are interested in supporting that specific activity. And like you said, that activity could potentially continue at schools if, there's a base of interested individuals that can help fund and support that activity.
So my point for these questions, and thank you very much for racking your brain and trying to remember what you could from 4 years ago with that. And I know Mr. Doran probably has some memory of that as well. But my point to that being for the board is that is not an easy process. And that is not something that was very easy to do. And that really could have completely eliminated that sport from our district had ASA not recognized that, had the pieces not fallen into place. So every year I do this. Mrs. Hardy can attest to this. Mr. Doran can attest to this. I know that this was in my proposed budget that I did put this cut there. And I do this every year and I put the cut there because I know we have hard things to cut. But board, please don't cut activities. I beg of you for the 3rd year in a row. Do not cut activities. Thank you. Mr. Doran.
Okay, very much in support of Dr. Meinetz's memory on that. And I think to the point that was really important, the board cut a dollar amount. It did not cut any specific sport. And that left the administration to decide how best to do that within that. And I think that if we look at the activities, reductions, and I think they are a fair area to look at, we should do a dollar amount rather than any individual because that activity, because that can vary according to individual schools, et cetera. But the importance of if it's a dollar amount, not a particular activity, because if the board had done that, there would not be that activity. But the board was very clear with the administration at that point. It was a dollar amount, not anything specific.
Appreciate that, Mr. Doran. Thank you. Any other comments, questions, concerns from the board? Mrs. Julian.
I think that there was another question that I written down, a desire to talk about a little bit more about Barnett magnet staffing, reducing, since we did have quite a few of us that selected to reduce the staffing level by 2.5 FTE. I think I just wanted to see if we needed to have that conversation now.
Dr. Miner, could you maybe give us a little bit of the impact of what, or sorry, Miss Gillum or Miss LaPlante, whoever this falls to?
Mrs. LaPlante, if you
Oh yeah,
could
Mrs.
speak
LaPlante,
to
there
that.
we go.
So I will say that the cuts to to Barnett Magnet School have come up year after year after year. And it's something that gets impacted and often gets cut and then put back in. The cuts that have stuck have had significant impacts over the many years. And when there's conversation about Barnett Magnet School drifting away from their original magnet model, I feel like there's some, we need to acknowledge that their original magnet model had a lot more built into the support system, and that we have asked them to continue to do as much as they can with less and less and less and less. So when we talk about magnet schools, there is usually something in addition that is provided by the district so that they can have a model that's unique to themselves. They will still be an excellent school and they will do best by their students, absolutely. But to cut the 2.5 teachers is going to be a significant impact, especially on how they serve their middle school students. It's just, there will have to be a limitation of the things that they're able to offer. It boils down to that.
Mrs. Hardy.
I'll say I'm not supportive of cutting the 2.5. I wasn't last year. I'm not this year. They came out in force when we proposed cutting their middle school. They are a school that is at capacity, often above capacity. It is a program that this board controls, and it was, when I talked to Dr. Meinert, I think he said that we created it as our version of a charter. Like, here's what this is what it offers. It is functioning very well. The students and all the people there are very happy with the program, even with the cuts, and they have been cut year after year. I think continuing to cut them is counterproductive to saying that this is us investing in our students and we have these things. If anything, we should be trying to allow more things like Barnett, and our first thing to do is to lower our PTR to get us there. But I don't think it's a wise cut, and I think it doesn't save a ton of money, and it risks making a lot of things harder for people.
Thank you, Mrs. Hardy. Ms. Carol Hubbard.
I just want to echo that. I don't support cutting Barnett Magnet at all. I think that the school, with their with what they've got going on there, they're showing what they can do, and they're doing great things. So for us to cut them, I don't think is smart. And also, I don't want to cut LAD either. I don't support cutting LAD. I'd like to grow LAD. I'd like to grow BEST. I'd like to grow LAD, and so I'd like to grow the whole district actually. But anyway, yeah. So just anyway, on the looking at the elementary schools, those two schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carol Hubbard. Me too. Ms. Julian.
I'd like to ask some clarification. So in the Budget Balancing Act around Barnett, reducing the exploratory teachers by 2.5 FTE, the explanation says that it reduces Barnett's certified staff to line up with district-wide PTR. Is that district-wide PTR alignment assuming next year's recommended increases, or is it assuming this year's PTR?
It's assuming next year's. So the 2.5 is the additional certified staff that Barnett receives. They receive an additional 2.0, I believe, classified, but basically we're reducing the total 4.5 FTE additional that Barnett receives down to 2.
Ms. LaPlante?
We're aligning Barnett basically for all intents and purposes with the district PTR.
And for some historical perspective, when Barnett was originally created, they actually had their own PTR that was different than the district's. And about 10 years ago or so, the district voted to change that and have them match the PTR of the rest of when PTR is arranged here, that does impact Barnett. They still get the additions, but they were getting that, plus they had a smaller PTR. So they no longer have a smaller PTR. That went away about 8 to 10 years ago. And so that's one example of the cuts that they've had over the years. So when we increase PTR, they have to increase their PTR and they have to enroll more students. The 2.5 staff that they have for explorations, they use part of that to staff their middle schools.
So is it, can I ask a follow-up?
Yes.
So then it's my understanding that if, that's great because we know that lower class sizes drives more students into those schools. So if we prioritize lowering PTR at whole, then that would mean that we should assume, we should probably not reduce the magnet exploratory teachers if we're going to prioritize lowering PTR at middle school and elementary school for everybody else. Is that correct? Would that be fair to say?
I'm not sure I'm following your train of thought, but so could you repeat your question? And
Sure.
then I might have a
So
response.
my train of thought is that with this proposal right here to reduce the magnetory exploration teachers by 2.5 FTE is only something that would assume that we are going to follow the district recommendation to increase PTR to 27.5 in elementary and the other one with middle school, the 30.1, I think, 30.5. If we right now have quite a consensus around keeping elementary at 25, which is this year's PTR, if we were going to then balance that on reducing magnet exploratory teachers at Barnett by 2.5, it almost feels like an unfair impact to Barnett then.
It does feel that way.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you, Mrs. Julian. Mr. Doran.
Okay, I'm in favor of her looking at this tomorrow, and we did have several people who put it on the table, so I think we should definitely carry it over until tomorrow. But I do think that when we are looking at increasing PTR in all our other schools, I would love to have the money to fully invest in this magnet and other magnets or other variations on that with additional staffing equivalents. But when we are doing increasing PTR in other places, then I think that Barnett on an equity basis should have the same staffing. We are similarly doing that at Hutch, which is our other magnet in this budget. So using the same formula is appropriate. And so that's, if we could afford it, if the state was funding us, I'd say absolutely, and we should broaden this out. Barnett does a great job. They will, as Ms. Plant said, they will do a great job. But I do think that to fund them at a much lower PTR than our other schools at this stage, this time of our funding, that it's an appropriate adjustment. And again, I'd put that in add backs. If we get the funding, if we have the money, sure. But I think right now where we're looking at increasing PTR, that they should have the same PTR. And if we can lower PTR below what we currently have, then they will benefit from that because they'll be calculated on a lower PTR at that time. But I think that's where we do need to really look. And I would say that they should certainly have the latitude within their building. It's kind of a misnomer to say it's middle school. They're K-8. And that's the trade-off, some of the trade-offs that people make because they would rather their kid in a K-8 than in a middle school for a variety of reasons. And so they make their best choices for their kids.
Thank you, Mr. Doran. Mrs. Hardy.
I guess since we're on Barnett, I pulled up the Power School data dashboard and looked at class sizes. And I've got questions because some of their class sizes seem extremely high. And I'm wondering if that's just the way that we're recording them. But it seems like they already have a pretty high PTR. Like there's a 7-8 English class that's got 31 kids. There's some classes up in the 40s, and that's where I'm like not entirely sure. I'm assuming that's something with exploration, and they don't actually have 46 students in that class at one time, but maybe they do.
So I can answer that. I don't have the specifics in terms of the class sizes. It's important for the board and the community to understand that the PTR that we're talking about is a staffing model. It's not necessarily a class size cap. And so if there is an exploration class that has 46 students in it, it's likely that there's another exploration class that might have 15. And you see that play out on a regular basis at the high school level, where our CTE classes have fewer students because of the nature of the class, but some of our freshman mandated classes have really high class sizes. And so we do see that variance in many of our different schools throughout the district.
Thank you, Dr. Minor. Any other questions from the board? Seeing none? All right, then, oh, Mr. DeGraw.
Would it be appropriate to just recap and kind of outline for the group kind of our starting point tomorrow and like review that? Would that be okay?
Yeah, no, actually, that would be a very good idea, Mr. DeGraw.
So what we had in mind was taking basically where we have balancing act set up at this point, looking at the things that trended with, you know,
Yeah.
several board members tonight, have that as our starting point
For discussion tomorrow, absolutely.
tomorrow. And
Yeah.
then, you know, it's always at the pleasure of the board how you navigate that. It can get quite complicated at times, you know, amendments to amendments to amendments. I always just suggest that, you know, vote something up or down, you know, and if you need to get down to one item, vote it up or down, and then you can move on.
Yeah.
You know, hey, and we've spent hours and hours and hours talking about some of these topics. So I would just encourage, you know, I don't know that there's 30 more minutes to talk about a lot of these topics. Maybe there's some topics on here that, you know, but, you know, just that'll help the board, like, hey, we've hashed out, you know, this topic already over 3 or 4 different meetings. Let's vote it up or down and see, and we'll know then. Okay, and we can move on from that and kind of take that approach. It'll be hard. It's always harder when to vote on somebody's total proposal, because it's like, well, I could live with that, but I can't live with that, right? Does that make sense? And
Yep.
so, but yeah, I think just the board getting an idea and the best way to get the idea of, hey, what do we get the feeling that people can live with, and what are we getting the feeling they can't live with, and just thinking from that lens and that perspective will help you move forward, because it can certainly get complicated. Amendments to amendments to
Oh,
amendments
yes.
are always fun.
Always
Yeah.
fun.
Are we back to the main amendment yet, or? So.
6 amendments to, oh, so yeah.
So the other question we have is, should we remove kindy aids in North Star College, or do we just leave it on there? And I don't know that it makes that big of a difference.
No, I say we leave everything as is
we're just
in
gonna
the
leave
balancing
it.
act. Yep, leave it as is. Yeah.
We also, for information for the board, we're going to add, we've already added the 8% charter admin cost ceiling. And then we've also added a 1% vacancy rate at $1.6 million. And we're going to do a 2% even projected enrollment decrease. And then, yeah, we'll figure out some way to address the 520 charter revenue equivalent to the 680 BSA. Well, that was the other item that it's trending. So we'll do some tweaks and kind of be ready to go from a baseline, and hopefully, you know, that baseline is accurate. I feel like it will be.
There'll be one additional addition, I believe, that had support from the board, the special education teacher for SALCHA, and that change.
Oh yeah. Yes.
We have that on our list to look at.
We have that as well. Yeah.
Excellent.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. DeGraw and Ms. Nielsen, for capturing those items for the board. it'll be very helpful for tomorrow. So yes, we will have all of everything that we need in the balancing act. We'll start our discussion kind of where we leave off tonight. We can start discussing items. I do like the idea of voting things up or down, having some discussion and then voting up and down. I think that'll be a clean way to go about this tomorrow to be able to get through items. And we will have discussions. So with that, board, for tonight, we are adjourned. Have a great evening.